All right, everyone. Thanks so much for hopping in and joining us on this wonderful Thursday evening as we are ready to go ahead and get started with some more D&D right here on Lionhead Gaming. And since it is Thursday, that means it's time for some Song of Rapture as we are all here. And Monsieur Omen, I pass it over to you.
So, last time on Song of Rapture, we found our valiant vanguard in the depths of, I guess, really, the Yonti Ma, a temple to a fallen goddess no longer existent in this or any other world, trying to purge the last of this sort of accursed group of monsters at this point from the deserts and sort of free the remaining Yonti from their hold on their once false and now fallen god. But what actually transpired in the last session is not really my story to tell, so could someone catch us up on what happened in this dirty, dark temple on the last episode of Song of Rapture? Ooh,
Last
Silence?
time
ooh.
on Song of Rapture, as I get accosted. Let's see, I started my intro and I'm drawing a blank, obviously, immediately. So last time, we made our way, with a little bit of help of Persephone's magic, drift our way through the air across the deserts to the west, where we originally started hearing whispers of the Auntie way back when we defeated a dragon and made our first sort of venture into the sands, and we were attacked by an ambush. Hearing that apparently the local troubles were heading off in the west. Then we ran around, did a whole bunch of nonsense, and now we're back again, back to the western camp of the mountains, apparently huddled up into a small little almost jungle of sorts in the mountain base that hid a temple of sorts to Medusa. But directed there by one of her new companions, a strange little serpentine woman that wants to be more snake than woman, but is still happy to help. And the hopeful quest of actually just becoming snake, just permanently. So fuck this shit. Revert to snake. As she led us inside, although did not want to actually go inside herself, as she is not a fighter. But we did have our two other little snaky companions that have followed Samantha along the way, learned of her godhood, and wanted to continue onwards, clearing out the last little bastion, I suppose, of these Yonti that are harassing people in the sands, wanting to reclaim their state of avarice to sort of conquer the world. Sort of, kinda. They don't really have the power to conquer the world, but to just take from it. Take what they want. So we're going to put into that. This is apparently some strange area, a pit of sorts, where they would take hostages, people they kidnapped, toss them into a pit, and the strange magic within would transform them, some into just the Yonti purebloods, and some into the Malisons. The strange Yonti, almost, I don't know, like bioweapon, Resident Evil style nonsense of being mutated, having snakes for heads and arms and feet and all that good stuff. Given the directions by Samantha before we entered that we were to try to save those who had shown understanding of their situations, the purebloods. Some innocent people before all this happened, some maybe not so innocent, but still willing to listen to reason. The Malison, though, sadly, when turning into these horrible abominations, they seem to only crave violence and taking of what can be theirs and cannot be reasoned with. So, given the instructions, cut them down, put an end to their lives so that they do not harm the world anymore, and try to save as many as we can. We ventured in, found the stonework sort of cut deep into the ground as we descended quite a while, I think, as we sort of came to across a crossroads of sorts, as we started to hear some sounds, the serpentine tongue talking back and forth. Samantha able to hear it. I don't think anybody else could understand it, but realizing that there was some intelligent speak up ahead, so we prepared ourselves for combat with Samantha calling on some strong magic, the radiant crown of stars. Sadly enough, that also expanded light and somewhat gave away our presence, but not before Sotalo launched the first shot, and combat began as we sort of started cutting through hordes of these Malison creatures, a lot of them holding quite a bit of magic, Most of it meant to strike fear in our minds and just cover us with poison and acid. But we handled ourselves pretty well until the point where some other strange things were heard down another hallway, and the party got a little bit split. The majority of the party fighting off in a strange blood sacrifice area with an altar of sorts, as Samantha and her little snake buddies ventured southwards as they were beckoned on, not really beckoned, but intrigued, I guess, by the voice of a creature, as it seemed like a statue of a snake spoke to them, giving what Samantha believed to be a strange riddle of sorts. Basically, just state who they were. Samantha responded that she was the many-faced beast. That was not the correct answer to the statue, and hostility was turned as the statue unleashed magic, singeing her and her ally with some strange electricity, I believe, as they continued to try to break their way into the room and break their way into the statue, just trying to break it apart. Thankfully, Corin ran on back, gave her a helping hand, cutting down the statue and revealing from within a strange bone creature. It seemed like a gigantic snake, but with no skin, only bones. Destroyed it. Figured out it was some strange Naga creature, something ancient of old, although now long since dead and just reanimated. Strange magic of this place. As the rest of the group finished off the mouse on the other area, finding two of the purebloods, taking them hostage, but a little bit of call from Samantha as the door behind us seemed to start to slam shut. We all ran to her aid, although not much for us to do once we arrived, but did give a chance for the purebloods to escape. So we came on back, started scouting around, saw a sort of iron portcullis that had closed, or had always been closed, I guess, but with the snaky features of the Auntie, they were able to serpent themselves and slide on through, and we started to sneak around. Quildor made quick work of the bars, cutting them up with his special sword, as we found some hostages hanging in cages. We actually rose them up as they were in the ground, released them, finding some familiar faces. Turtle Man, a goofy halfling, gnome?
Halfling.
Halfling.
He's a halfling.
Very unlucky halfling.
And two humans? Were they human? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
A woman and a child, as apparently one of our little snake friends were helping us free these people, but apparently once seeing the two individuals, Snake Man had a strange reaction upon witnessing them. And that's where we ended the session. A little bit of side note, we just find like a weird teleporter that Tamar smelled out where the Auntie escaped to. We assume it's a weird teleporter because it's just a symbol of a snake and there's magic on it. And the guys are gone.
As indeed. We find our valiant vanguard returning to this spot in the depths of this dungeon, having just caught their breath after a heated battle, finding the way behind them closed behind a series of large stone doors. And now finding themselves, for most of them, gathered in this prisoner's pit. Let's give yourself some demon inspiration, Tamarkan.
Roll me a dice.
Ooh.
Fucking roll that dice.
Ooh.
60 dice.
One big dice. Let's see.
Oh,
Put that number down there. Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad. Good stuff. As indeed, in the heart of this place, we find our valiant vanguard returning to where they were now. You can see at this point the cages have been hauled up, locking to the floors beneath. These pits now connected with these circular grates that allow entrance and exit in this case from the cages within. And as you are hauling these individuals out, some familiar, some just simply malnourished guards that seem, even a dwarf woman among one of them, you would see your Yuan-Ti companion reach down, pull up the hand of this thin, tired-looking woman who cradles not a child, but more like a young teenager in this case, hold to her chest, both of them sickly and thin. And as they pull, he pulls her up to the edge and lets her get to her feet. Her veil slips from her face, and you would see their eyes meet, and Vistus immediately freezes. His expression falls completely blank on his face. And you'd hear just a single name, like whisper, almost hiss out of his throat. Svira. And this woman, like, takes a moment, blinks her eyes against now the bright, resplendent light that fills this room, something clearly she's not used to, and sort of squints them at this stranger holding her hand until no longer a stranger in her expression, clear to all of you. She recognizes the Yuan-Ti, and her eyes just immediately go wide, and her words catch in her throat. Vistus, you're alive? And you just see Vistus very carefully, despite being as vicious as you've seen before, and as cold and as hard cut. He pulls her close and slow, his hand sliding away from the hilt of his blade, and he just pulls her against him, and just gives her this almost confused looking hug. He looks past her shoulder at the wall. You can see Temercon, Quilter, Samantha just processing as she weakly arms around him, and this young boy sort of pries herself from him to look this guy over. Dad, he's not Dad? And he just continues to stare at the wall behind them, blinking, eyes sort of darting left and right, as if looking for something he can't find. As what do y'all do?
Purse is just smiling and feeling gushy, and it's such a sweet moment. She's letting them have their moment.
Pick them up
It
and
would be
put them
good
all
for
in a
all of
cage.
us. Be good for all of us to leave this room. Recruit back towards the entrance. It's a little bit safer. Less intriguing smell.
Oh yeah, this place often stinks. Oh, don't breathe in the air too much. It might make you a bit sick, and then the lights all go out for you. As this dwarven woman covered in what looks to be these like thick, it looks like robes and a bit of armor, but has been tattered and worn through. It looks like mold and grime clinging to her form. She brushes some off. And you can see her like she tries to give you guys a big hearty smile, and then she just sort of catches a cough, and you can see just like the rest of these guys, quite frail. A quick glance over, you'd probably assume most of these guys have been probably without proper food and water, even probably proper sleep and rest for quite a while. They all seem to be, I guess, weighed down by immense exhaustion.
I sniff the air. Does it smell suddenly more foul?
Give me an investigation check.
Oh, I'm actually proficient in that now.
How about
Trained
that?
a little bit. Not the smartest boy. Can I investigation with wisdom? Because I'm sniffing with my sniffer.
I'm going to say either investigation in the case or nature, as you're trying to identify something in this air.
Those
Not
are
just pick
both
up.
it.
I know. You're trying to use your brain. Like, does this seem right? Okay. You can definitely tell with your senses that there is something befouling this air. Again, it doesn't smell super foul. It smells almost sweet, like kind of like the same way that like maybe a mold or an algae, before the pungentness sticks in, might have that sort of slight sweetness to it. But it does smell like something has definitely changed in the air.
Maybe why they close the door. To foul the air.
What do you
Oh,
mean
yeah.
to foul the air?
Like poison?
Like the woman said. It starts to smell bad. You feel upset in your stomach. The lights go out. You precautionise the boss. Close the door. Foul the air. And everyone inside fall asleep. We shall probably hurry up a bit. Oh God! Hello, everyone.
We were
Did
here
not
the
realize
whole
you were
time.
standing there.
Okay, those are the hostage guards, aren't they?
Yeah. You're under arrest for crimes. We finally caught you, Temercon.
You have smelt it.
And then
Now we will build it.
when the DM throws 3 minis on the map and you don't know why.
Boom. Gotcha. Yeah, you see these three. They don't have any armor on. They seem like they're definitely they would be pretty athletic individuals, but yeah, they seem like they're quite frail and thin. You can see long, scraggly patches of facial hair, and their long hair is unkempt. They look like they would be pretty tanned, but they've been out of the sun for quite some time. As you see the dwarf like pulls up to her feet. Oh, thank you, there. You're not the first people to come wandering in here. Lay a light, Fane, at your service. Oh, breathe out the last poison out of me. Yes, when people come walking in here, and they usually don't get out too often, they find themselves in the pits for a while before they're taken away. And they don't find a way out when those doors shut. Oh, the air gets a bit sweet smelling. Fills the lungs, and then pretty soon, over time, you fall asleep. And it's hard to wake you up when you fall asleep that way. They drag you to the pits, take your things, and welcome to the family.
Okay, so we're going now. As Persephone's gonna go over to Magnus. Are you able to walk? Do you need help? You look like you've been starving.
I could be carried.
He's a lion. He needs to stay here.
Do I
Come on, little one.
look like I can carry you, Magnus? Do
I'll
I
just
look
pick
like I
him up
have?
with one hand.
As he just immediately starts reaching out towards you, Persephone, a giant hand comes reaching in. I could. Whoa! Oh, and yeah, he's easy to lift, Koldor.
Persephone doesn't stop talking. Like me! If you remember me, right? Do I look capable of picking up somebody even remotely close to your size?
I just start walking out with him.
I've been dieting. I've lost a lot of weight. Oh, I've lost a lot of weight.
Look, Magnus wants ups.
Come
Oh,
on,
that
little
one.
Magnus.
He's been a bit of a troublemaker, but he's been fun to care for. As you see, this again, as he pulls himself out now, Kumaraja, using some of his physique, slides out. But even now, you can see, last time you saw him, this guy's been without some water for some time. A lot of his skin's now hanging thin and loose across his body. He sort of shakes himself off. It looks like some moisture has gathered from the bottom of the pit. And he
Good one, my
finds
friend.
himself a stick and starts to cut. I guess he pulls out like a small broken curled remnants of his cane, or I guess what was his cane, and starts to walk with it. Oh, the young is a Mandri, was it?
This is my brother. Tama! We met in Spanish Desert. Say,
Oh.
month ago?
Oh yes. It was quite some time ago, I believe. It's been a while. You rescued me from my last venture. It seems these creatures are more persistent. But nonetheless, I cannot say I've been found in bad fortune. Luck has seemed to keep me alive. And bring some joy to some of these people, downtrodden they were. Ooh, tell me, are you simply here to save us?
Of course! Although, I have to admit, did not exactly know I would find you here. But others, yes. Put an end to this nasty business.
Oh, that is good to hear. And I wish you luck on that endeavor. I cannot say I can offer you much, other than to simply watch your breath here. I know you're here now, and they are waging likely around every corner. Their weapons armed, and the air growing fouler and fouler. Fortunately, it seems they are not too keen on simply emptying this place of life. They'll most likely be taken hostage before killed. But as such not would fall to dragon slayers such as you.
Of course not. Let us go. The other room, yes?
Other room? Oh, I've not
I'm
seen the
gonna
other
clean
room in some
Magnus
time.
as I walk.
He's pretty filthy
Prestidigitation.
bit by bit.
Yeah.
Just like prestidigitation a baby. As bit by bit, thing, you can see his form becoming not anymore a whole, but you can see he's definitely I guess shrugged off a lot of the dirt now. He seems to be wearing tattered remains of what were once his nice, nobled clothes. As Kamaraj be following Damarkan.
I'm walking
the rest of
alongside, or at least standing back with Swiptala, just watching as Quildor drags Magnus off. Sometimes I feel really bad for him. I mean, he kind of kisses up to Lady Blackburn, and she doesn't seem to particularly care about him. And then he finds himself in all of these really bad situations. You know about last year we found him in a cave, kidnapped by goblins right before the Monarch Festival?
An extra liability.
I don't think he actually wants to work with her. He just wants to get on the Board of Trade.
Best of luck to him then. So you say that the front door, as Sotelo points out of the grates, that closes and then the gas pours in.
Aye, that seems to be the trend.
Mm.
Not a very fun one, if you ask me.
Is there, Persephone's gonna look around, is there any particular areas where the gas is like distinctly coming from? Or
You
is
can't
it just
really see
seeping through
anything.
the walls?
It just seems like its presence has been through your nose.
Seems like we're on a clock.
I have been contemplating methods of changing that fact, and my repertoire is coming up short for the number of walls I saw descending.
Mar just sort of sticks his head down to where these weird blood crevices go, looking into the crevice in the wall. How big is this crevice? Does it go in, or is it just like seep into a crack in the wall?
If they go pretty deep, it just seems that they get thinner and thinner as they go on. Give me a perception check. Because it gets thin and thin, but let's see how good your vision is. Guards,
Use those monkey eyes.
Use the monkey eyes, pressing up against there, peeking down. You can see, thankfully, with the edge of your dark vision, watching as in this tight little crevice where the shadows begin to stretch, the red of this liquid, which you'd probably see now, is been flowing, almost overflowing these pools now, as corpses have been cut and torn asunder in this whole sacrificial circle. You can see as it overflows the area, going to the shadows, the red becomes gray. And just beyond, you can see it dip down. And you can see like the smallest sliver of wavering light. You can't really make out any shapes or objects through, but it seems like maybe probably about 10 feet or so thick through the wall. There's probably another room through here with light. And from with that roll, you can hear the soft sounds of hissing and scratching across stone. Sounds like life on the other side of this wall, as well as the sound as burbling, gurgling, streaming blood.
Nice. I'll just take that information and regroup back up with the group.
All right, you see Vistus at this point sort of pull away from this woman who's now smiling and looking him over. Her expression keeps shifting from like excitement and joy to like kind of concern and fear at some points. Sons just still seems very apprehensive, and Vistus sort of slides away. Just sort of lets out a breath. I'm glad to see you again. I apologize. This face... You were never meant to see me as this. And she reaches up and like touches the side of his face and just lets out this like half-hearted smile. You're alive. That's all that matters. You're alive. Please, you've brought people to rescue us. Is that right? As Vistus looks over at you, Samantha. We have. But this place fills with danger. If your lives are at stake, I fear my place may be best served with you. As he'll take her by the hand and sort of guide her. If you would not mind. My arms, they were bought by you, to cut and tear. But I must protect them. I cannot lose them again.
Yeah, I clear my throat so I can unhinge my jaw. You won't lose them if they're inside of me. I'm
a thaumaturgy this one.
Roll! Now, a few things I find myself afraid of anymore. Staring down the maw of a dragon no longer gives me pause. But the loss of loved ones. Defend them until your last, but feel confident in knowing that will not come to pass.
Thank you, Samantha. As he will turn and lead his somewhat apprehensive family around the bloodshed. You see his mom take her hands and cover the son's eyes as they walk through this blood-soaked and filled room. As he will guide them back here, you'll see as he stands at the gates, he'll explain sort of to you, Kulor. Leave that one here. If we find a safe place, I will use my blades to keep them safe. You, dwarf, you have armor. Can you fight? Not well. I haven't had much to eat or sleep in quite some time. I could use some water if you have some. But I can swing a blade, if only weakly.
Persephone,
Zips over.
do you have any way to make those berry things?
I was just looking for corn. Actually, I could probably just make it very syrupy myself. We'll start a fire really quickly. I have to melt them down and process them because if they eat it raw, it will be awful. But
No, I meant like those ones that are very little but fill your stomach.
not today. Oh, hang on. But I should have. There's something else that would help. As Persephone's going to go through some of her supplies. Which one is it? No, not riot root. Not. Is it wild root? No, that's for poison if we were to get poisoned. No, it's not knapweed. Close, but not quite.
I'll take anything at this point. You have any boiled leather? I'll eat boiled leather.
I will give out. How many people are there? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
I was
7,
just
8.
reading it too. That's why I'm like, where
8
is
of my rations.
Like a grain of rice? Something to chew on?
It is Liscus. Okay, so Persephone's going to pull out a couple of ears of Liscus and passes it out to all of the hostages.
I'll pass out rations for them as well.
Nice.
Oh, you're all back. I was wondering where you all went.
We found survivors.
What did you find?
Not much. I was gonna go check the door, but I figured if I opened the door and there were people on the other side, probably best if everyone was here. Also, Holger, I didn't know you had a son. Congratulations.
No, this is a follower of Lady Blackburn. I have not procreated in the remainings of siring a child.
Corin gets kind of closer and looks. Oh, it's one of those small folk. I should have guessed what the bald spot. I'm sorry.
Corin, you're one of those small folk. Right now.
Persephone, I don't think you can
Yes.
just assume that he is one of those small folk.
Your
said
hair
right
is on
now.
fire. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Are you okay? You don't look okay.
I need a nap. Maybe something to eat and drink. Also, my body hurts all over.
I look at Persephone. Are you
I
sure you're not a
snuffed-
child?
He acts like it, but he's not. He runs a whole shop. In Broken Ridge, no less.
Oddities.
I'm gonna stuff a Liscus leaf in Magnus's mouth because he's definitely acting like a child. She's just like, "Just eat that.
I
Chew.
just could use that.
Chew."
Just forces it down. Oh,
I heard from your companion Clyde that he once tried to sell him a cape that would turn him into a chicken.
That's my best item I have in the shop. So good, and it stays right on the top shelf. Right where everyone can see it for a long, long, long time. Are you interested in buying any wares? I've got nothing for you. But save my life and I'll give you a discount.
I think
We
you
need
should
it.
give us something for free if we saved your life, little one.
Samantha, what are you doing?
chewing on a really good piece of jerky. But also investigating this weird stone thing in here. What is this? Is it a kiln?
It looks like it was a giant like vase, or like a pot. And as you walk inside, you can see the whole thing seems to be dripping, mostly fresh. It looks to be like water, but it's slightly viscous, and there's like this green tinge to it, as if something just poured and spilled its way out from inside. Otherwise, you find a big old pile of pillows. You can see along the walls there's some scratchings and abyssal. Looks like made out of the same dark fluid. It's like someone's been drawing, looks like some sort of magical circles in here. Hard to tell unless you give an Arcana check. But otherwise, you find looks like a small, almost broken, very poorly taken care of, like hookah long string. And it looks like the remains of a mostly untouched pipe. A lot of smoking going on here. Yeah, it looks like some from that roll. Jesus, you'd see it looks like a lot of runes written in both abyssal as well as touches of language. I don't know if you've seen probably script of an old cut dwarvish, recognized probably being that of primordial. It looks like some sort of done in here, binding. It looks like some elemental spirit with some medium, the exact mechanics of which would probably take a long time in studying to truly understand and create. But otherwise, it looks like someone's been meddling with some elemental spirits in here. He's gonna haunt the baby.
Samantha, we're ready to go. He's been struck silent. Persephone! As Samantha gathers her thoughts. Maybe something worth doing. And you have the tools to do so. Back there, where the blood flow. The entrance in the side of the wall, it seemed to another room.
You want me to go follow the trail of blood and see where it leads to?
With a shot.
Persephone.
Huh.
Do you have this magic? As I will pull out a scroll that I've had on me for a while. And hand
Brush
it
the
over
dust
to you.
off.
It's in my supplies, so it's pristine. Thank you.
Okay.
Let me see. Nope. Okay, I'm good. I didn't cough from all the dust. I'm good.
Just inhale it all.
As I hand you a scroll of stone shape.
Yeah, I should be able to handle this.
I can cast that magic as well, although a bit limited, thanks to that strange stone ring. I don't know if you can cast it more often than that. More often than I can, anyway.
So I quickly go through my really long list of spells, because I don't actually... Yep, there it is. I can, just not today. But with the scroll, it should be easy.
Sounded like there were multiple blocks blocking our way, though.
I counted at least 4. I could only open 2. Alright, no matter. As I hold out the hand for the scroll back.
As I hand it back.
A very useful thing to have, the ability to manipulate stone.
Yes, no? Going?
I believe that Persephone was going to do something with her berries to give us the ability to fight the poison.
Corin has to turn it into syrup first. We've been over this.
Oh, you want me to cook something?
Yes.
Yes.
As Persephone's gonna give you her vial of the Cinda juice. We need another batch of syrup.
Are we just gonna eat the syrup? I mean, it'll take a while for me to cook like a whole meal with it.
I don't think we have time. So
I have some rations.
Can you distill it down into like a sort of medicinal syrup? Like an anaglesiac cough syrup or something?
Sure. I think I know what those words mean.
Syrup.
something we can consume without needing to put it on breakfast food?
I mean, we could just drink the syrup. It's just kind of, unhealthy.
Make it
I'll
cough.
pull out my pot.
Well, considering it's gonna help us avoid being poisoned, I think it's as healthy syrup as we're gonna get. They just shove the bottle in his hand. And while you do that, I'm gonna see where the blood's coming from.
I'm going to rest a bit.
Keep an eye on Persephone.
How big is this hole?
It looks like once you get up to them, they're maybe about it starts off like probably 8 or so inches wide and then starts getting narrower and narrower again. Give me like a perception check as you're peeking through.
Perception checks.
Yeah, pretty good. As you're peeking on through, you can see again, it goes in about maybe 5 or so feet before it gets narrower, but there's still like a small sliver of light you can make out. And again, you can see like the wavering lights, clearly lit by fires inside. This place you're in now, besides Samantha's basically glowing body lighting up the entire hallway next to you, the only real lights that exist here besides the soft little glows from these soft green candles. This one seems bright, resplendent, like actual torchlight. It goes in, you'd expect this wall in front of you to be about 10 feet thick, just enough to see past it, but you can't really make out any shapes or areas. Within, keeping your ear, a little elven ear, perked and sharp, you could hear the sound of, it looks like moving bodies across stone, though most of it sounds more sliding than ticking-tocking of heels and foot. And you can also hear the hissing of serpents ever so softly through it. It almost sounds like life is stirring and speaking within.
There's definitely creatures at the end of this little tunnel, and it is very tiny. This could be a job for Spirit, as I'm going to use a use of wild shape to call upon my little familiar, my little hummingbird, so
Okay.
it can speedy fly through.
Teeny tiny hummingbird. Go pull that bird out.
Burp!
Well, be nimble nature basis, my little friend. So give the hummingbird a little guidance. Little sneaky boy.
Okay, Spirit. I just want you to go all the way to the end of that tunnel. Do not let anybody see you, though. I'll be your eyes. Or you'll be my eyes, rather. And I send Spirit off.
Alrighty. As Spirit starts swimming on through this little crack right there, give me a stealth check with the little bird boy.
Oh gosh, little bird stealth. Okay, let me pull up sheet. Stealth. Aha!
Little D4.
Alright.
Little plus
And a little
D4.
D4.
Hey.
As teeny little tiny wings flittering and fluttering through this hole, gets smaller and smaller, but these tiny little bird, fortunately, hummingbirds are so itty bitty, able to make it just to the other side. Everything gets dark. Your vision basically goes out for a moment, save for that tiny little pinhole at the end, because I don't think this bird has dark vision, even if you're sharing its senses. But as it gets to the light and emerges, you get basically just a moment's glimpse or so past the tunnel. You see a room, tall ceilings filled with large torches and sconces holding lights. You can see a number of Yuan-Ti standing and otherwise sliding across the floor. Looks like they're gathering reagents. It looks like something leading to what seems to be the centerpiece of this entire room. A large fountain beset by 5 large stone serpent heads, each one seeming to allow this flow of blood to slide over their lower jaw, as if passing through their mouths. And as it goes through each one, you see the blood change. It goes from this bright, I guess really deep dark red to a more befouled brown gray to a sort of like almost like a light yellowish green. And then finally, as it pours out the final serpent's mouth into this distended pool, a deep dark green hissing and bubbling pool of acid. And you get a glimpse of the creatures inside just as quickly as they get a glimpse of you. As in this bright light, this tiny little fluttering creature makes her way. You get just a glimpse, a vision of what lies here before a sword comes swinging down through the entrance. Ha-cha. Oop, yep. As you see Spirit's eyes, your vision gets split. One eye looking one way, one eye looking the other. In that moment, your sweet little bird friend is gone. And now you can hear the sounds through that little crack growing louder.
I made them angry. Let's go, let's go, let's go. As Persephone's pushing Tamar Khan up the hallway. Okay. There's a green pool of like acid or something. They're gathering herbs and they're bringing it to a fountain. The fountain has snake heads. There's a lot of people in that room.
Did it look like the pool was giving off smoke because of the poison?
I don't remember smoke.
Is there any danger of something coming from the way you came, Persephone?
Probably. I don't know. Maybe not the way that I came, but they certainly know that we're here.
Oh yes, the entire temple knows that we're here. That's not really the problem.
It had this really nice fountain with like 3 big snake heads on it, and it had. This Persephone looks at the civilians. It had liquid flowing out of their mouths and into what I am going to presume is an acid pit, because it was like that kind of green that you would normally associate with things that can melt stuff.
They throw you in it. It melts your flesh, replaces humanity with scales, replaces almost everything.
Ah,
Sounds fine.
we have to make our way into that place to stop them from using the pit. Interesting,
Is
but
part
not the
of my
source of the
goal
poison.
to close away that pit to the abyss before we leave this place.
You didn't happen to see any other, like, hostages, did you?
I only got a really brief glance before Spirit became spirited away.
Is that a yes or a no? I'm assuming no.
I don't know. Not that I can see in the brief moment. But they were gathering reagents, so they might be preparing for something.
I wonder what.
We're trying to rush something. Now that they know we're here.
Some sort of ritual, perhaps.
Apologies. I'm sure they're preparing for us invading them. They know we're here.
That's not going to help them.
Would volunteer for me and Sitalo to go stop them, but we'd be a bit stranded.
I know I could probably get out. As Swithala kind of backs away into one of the shadows as she sort of melts into it. But I'm not sure about you, Golden Boy.
Are you well, Isael? Your wounds
You see
seem
Isael
a bit extensive.
moving his hands over some of his wounds, and you can actually see light sort of hum from them as he's taking deep breaths and then exhales. And you see at this point, he seems to surge himself with a considerable amount of healing magic. What is that? 4 noise. 28. Nice. Perfect. Wow. Holy shit. As you see that magic pulse over his body, his sort of scaled hair shimmers a bit, and then you see all of his wounds actually just seem to close up. Although he exhales afterwards, seeming like he expended a considerable amount of his force.
Oh, I am fine. Simply repairing the damage. Are we set to move on?
Sort of look at him
Something
with
is on the air.
a worried look for a few moments before seeing him showcase his own magical power before just softly smiling. Yes, we are pressing on. Time is of the essence. We do not have a way to open the way for our poor hostages. I do not know if we'll have time to prepare something. Sort of looking back up the hall to Corin and Persephone. Are you guys gonna still try the syrup thing, or are we gonna like speed run?
I'm trying to do a short rest.
I guess the cooler is aiming for a short rest. So syrup then. Use some of the cart wood. It looks as though my allies are preparing a poultice or tincture of some sort to protect themselves from this befoulment on the air. We'll press on once it is done.
We'll keep an eye on the way behind us, just in case they start to slither their way through the cracks.
Alrighty, you guys will start a short rest. Looks like some of your newfound allies are sitting around, catching themselves, no longer resting on hard iron bars, finding comfort on the flat stone floor.
No, I brought the pillows.
Brought out the pillows. Oh, the pillows.
Yeah, see, that's what look, I even doodled them.
As you lay them out, they sort of rest up, find themselves chowing down, basically quickly making short work of all the food, and in this case, rations being given to them. Seems like they've been given some newfound spirit. Well fed, but otherwise still tired.
Yeah, do they seem? Do any of them seem wounded in any way?
It seems like they just have healed wounds, not through magic, but just naturally. Just in places where they might have scars, places where they probably resisted capture. But nope, it seems like for the most part, they're just exhausted.
Okay. As I think, if we're gonna take a short rest, then I'll sort of look to Vistus and to Corin while he whips up some cough syrup and oh god, we're having him make drugs now, and Vistus's kids and like anyone that might be injured along with myself, and just sort of go between myself and them, and in a oddly sort of comforting way, just sort of check on them and their wounds, and basically just sort of make sure that they're all right. But there is like a strange sort of presence to myself as I do this. Not so much the rousing, call of an inspiring leader, but a comforting and almost strangely nurturing sort of appeal to their desire to have their pains go away. As
Sure.
I will take 10 minutes and cast a little prayer of healing.
Alrighty.
Yeah, use them new spells.
Give me a medicine check. As you're checking over their body, see if there's any wounds. Again, there's nothing super visible.
I'm more so because I don't know the first thing about their wounds. I'm more so just trying to distract and talk to them than actually look at their wounds.
All right, then just roll your hit points in. All right, good stuff. As you find with your nurturing nature, using your own power of your own words, destroying cutlery, but also mending your wounds.
Be careful not to put a mine behind that cutlery, otherwise we're all gonna go to jail. It's gonna be
I'm
a bad
feeding
time.
beast.
As Corin, you
You don't
also
go to
get
jail.
that. Yeah, we get hung at the Hague. You get 15 plus 7, along with Vistus, Tavo, Severa, Quildorf. He's wounded.
Oh, I'll take it.
Alrighty. As Tamarkan, give me a perception check.
Yeah, how's
Are they watching?
Tamar's actually, let's see, comes on over here, gets himself settled. The short rest begins. Tamar's body's actually going to shift ever so slightly, using a little shifty, giving himself some advantage on that perception as he's keeping watch just for the next minute or so, just listening through the area, see if he hears anything, because he knows he stirred up the hornet's nest. And let the ears of faces guide me.
Okay.
32.
Let's see. Ooh, wonderful. Yep. Everything seems to be mostly still. You'd see the soft flickering of those strange, very dim, green, magically lit candle lights flooding in around you. And just the softest hint in the shadows around the corner. In the room that's now been freshly excavated of its door. Like the softest puff, almost like a flicker of green light from the northern side.
Mar will quietly scoot back and around the corner. Actually, no, just scoot all the way back. As soon as I can catch the attention of one of our compatriots. I think one has returned.
Tuck the hostages out of the way. Scooting them onto the pillows, shoving them. Get out of
Back
line
to
of
the
fire, you
wall.
fucking child. Move.
Tamar will
Backs
sneak
against
back
the
up.
wall.
Oh, look at that. There are the pillows. I was like,
Don't
those
make
things.
me commit
Ah.
war crimes.
Yeah, I
Get
made
on the
pillows.
pillow.
Yeah.
Tamar is just
I was
going
like-
to try to shoot across the room, heading for the corner.
Oh god, we have the sun with us though.
Trying to keep through the. Oh fuck! Fuck off,
have-
Samantha!
We have the sun.
Heading for the corners over here.
As you
Tamar
approach, Tamarkan, you get closer. You see the light flash again.
May have left.
Waiting for
There may be more. As with my heightened senses, do I hear the slithering of scales on stone, or is it deathly quiet in the next room?
Seems deathly quiet.
They may have left. But it means they can come and go. Just peek his head around the corner. See if he sees any movement.
Nope, you just see like a
all
light
poised
gently
with the
fading
daggers.
from that circle.
Hey man, wait. Interesting.
How long into a short rest was this?
This is basically near the end of it. As
Okay.
you guys are holding out your senses, Tamarkan sharpening his eyes against this. By the end of his shift, he'd feel, or here in this case, his sharpened senses picking up on very gentle flash of candlelight.
It seems like if we leave the others behind, they will not be safe.
I will seal this tunnel.
Anyway,
Stone shape is extraordinarily useful magic.
If you're surrounded by stones.
I have yet to descend into a dungeon made purely out of metal.
can we close the way, finish our rest, and move on, yes? Bye-bye.
As
Nothing
my,
to worry back with, my friend.
my big brain of Arcana knowledge How would the like? Would there be cross interference? Like, would I be able to cast it from the scroll if I can cast the magic from a magic item, or do I need to be able to cast
Nope.
it
You
myself?
so you can cast it if you don't know the spell. You're just going to be using a different, more than likely, a different ability score to see if you can actually cast it. Because it's not
Because
it's
I
not a
have to roll a
warlock spell for
check.
you. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a warlock spell, so you're trying to big brain it at this point. More than likely a wizard
Wait.
spell, since you found it in a wizard library.
Are you sure you don't want me to use the scroll? I mean, it's magic I can already use.
Yes, I don't want a chance of it failing and costing actual resources. I'll pull it back out. See if you can seal up that block there.
Persephone's holding out her hand for the scroll.
I give it to you.
Oh, okay. I am gonna try to stone shape. Close this hallway.
Okay.
Or, hang on.
Might
Yeah,
need like
touch it.
3 casts of it or so.
Yeah, touch it. Yeah, touch whatever stone you're moving.
You want 3 casts of it?
I doubt the hallway is only 5 feet tall.
It's 10 feet tall.
Okay, 2 casts.
2 casts.
Can you shape it in any direction? 5 feet in any dimension, form it in any shape that suits your purpose. Okay. Persephone. Can you shape the stone coming up from that square back towards us, diagonally, like a rhombus?
A triangle?
As I will draw what a rhombus is.
Oh, a diamond! As Persephone just does just that. So,
Okay.
so how does this look in the 3-dimensional
Yeah.
space? Okay,
I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna make this real simple for you, beautiful little babies. Beautiful little babies with your big brains. Here's your little area. Here's your area. There's your 5 foot wide. There's your 10 foot tall. Draw what your thing looks like. Come in here in this room and draw what your thing looks like in the middle of that.
Okay.
Here's your 10 foot. There's your 5 foot wide. What that look like?
Where's the shape? Yeah.
God, I love the drawing tool.
Yeah. It can't be more than 5 feet in any dimension.
Well, a rhombus is just like a tilted square.
Yep. That way there would fill up the 5 foot section like a full block in front of you.
Yeah.
Do you care if
yeah, like that.
Oh god, no, that area is too small. It's dangerous. Never mind.
Samantha and Persephone are drawing all sorts of geometric shapes in the ground before they cast the spell. Time passing, the air growing ever more sweet smelling.
Corey's time to finish his cooking. But I just meant to do that, and then I will use my can I actually copy paste? I don't think I can because I'm not a DM. I can't, yeah. Can you copy paste that, Open?
Another one just on top.
Yeah, but instead of blocking it directly, I'm putting it at an angle. So it's like that. So it's like a slanted wall.
Draw what you mean. What are we doing, baby?
Yeah. And yeah. There you go.
So you move just a small triangle, basically.
No. So I'm having her create the first square there, coming out of that first square, and then I'm putting my square on top of hers, effectively doubling the thickness of it.
So
Because
just
of
putting
angles.
one after another.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
She's putting her first diagonal, and then I'm pulling a square out of that one, going up to the ceiling. So if you're attacking it, you have to attack at it this way, and it's thicker because it's a slanted plate rather than a straight plate.
Okay. As you cast your spell, you can cast it with stone shape from the scroll. You can create it, I guess, draw where you're putting it on the map here on this thingy. Just as a square, pick a spot, and then second casting's coming from what? The ring?
Yeah. So it's a 10-foot
Alrighty.
wall. I'll put 4 charges and do a stone block ring there.
All right. Boom, boom. You can see, for the most part, the walkway has been sealed, and still spots of light where these angles touch in places where they do not touch. But otherwise, seems like this place has been mostly well blocked by, well, blocks of stone.
Make our jelly. Get our rest.
All right. And it's by the end of your rest, after spending some time traveling through here, watching the doors seal, communing with the prisoners, discussing what the next plan would be, and then deciding from there to do your short rest, discovering what seems to be some life, peeking around the corner, sealing your doorway, and finally finding what seems to be the end of your rest coming. I need everyone to give me a Constitution saving throw, except for Samantha and her buddies. It seems like the air has finally gone thick with this substance. A little extra time wasted. But I do think that Swift Hollow and Corn would get some advantage.
Poison,
You're
right?
fighting off some toxins. Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh, Tamar Khan. Oh no, that's
Ooh.
a Brendan
Oh,
roll
shit.
if I've ever
Oh,
seen
Oh,
one.
God.
Right.
Me and Swift
As-
Hollow. Come on, baby.
Come on.
It
As
happens when you don't play
1d4.
Lucas.
the
Wait, do
air
we not have a
grows.
bonded?
Bond's gone.
Yeah.
As the
Oh,
air again has grown finally sweet, almost becomes overpowering before it simply fades. The air becomes normal seeming again, almost if it's cleared. And then, for some of you, your head begins to spin. Coolor, you're able to shake it off. You've suffered worse. Your body is an iron temple, untouched and untethered, unbroken. Corin, quite strong, quite hardy. You've faced worse threats than this. Air kind of tasted sweet, and it's gone now. It's fine. Persephone, your eyes almost closed. This is a weird sensation. I almost put you out, but you're able to keep yourself together. Oh, but you do feel this sickening feeling resting in your gut. You are poisoned for 1 hour. And Tamarkan and Swift Hollow, that sickening feeling grows heavier in you, so much so that your eyes begin to dull, your chest becomes heavy, even your breathing begins to dim. And then, just after a few moments, not only are you poisoned, but you're also unconscious. As you'd see some of the guards behind you guys begin to put their hands against the wall after eating some meals, and they too begin to one by one fall. You see Tavo held by Severa. You see Vistus and her have been communing, watching his eyes start to flutter as he falls unconscious. Severa pulls him close and starts cradling his head, although she just seems to get weaker. Magnus is fucking out. And Leia Lightfane, fortunately, seems like she's able to keep herself mostly together. Oh, there it is. The next wave of it. Oh. Now it seems like something you fell to it too. It's going to be a bit of a challenge. The longer you wait here, well, the more it's going to start affecting you. As Corn's sitting there falling asleep holding a syrup.
Thanks for the heads up.
So let's see, Samantha. Tomorrow and Swift Hollow are out. I mean, if this is poison, I guess this syrup will probably help them, but I can't really drink it if they're unconscious.
I can wake them up. I got it. As Persephone's little magic hand is gonna start glowing, and she pats Tamarkan on the head. She's gonna use 2 charges to use a lesser restoration. I believe that's the one. Wake him up.
Mm-hmm. It certainly is. You put your hand on him, wash away the toxins that swim through his body, and in that moment, that sleepy sickness pulls away. And Tamarkan, you feel almost like immediate, like a kick, like someone just shook you awake. You're back conscious again.
Oh! I fell asleep to that.
And I'm just gonna turn around and kneel on the ground next to Swifty and gently move some hair out of her face as I lesser restoration her awake.
There's no hair. There's only mask.
I stroke your masked face.
Beautiful girl.
No, that hurt me to hear. Jesus.
Ow.
I know it's a little weird, but you kind of fell asleep. It's time to wake up now.
We hear her say
I guess
under
it
her
does
breath.
inflict us unconscious.
Awaken.
Glass breaking as Swift Hollow's eyes open. No.
Red flames.
Well, that was a nice nap. Are we ready? Jelly or whatever? We good? Yes?
Yeah, Swift Hollow, like, stretches her neck. Oh, that's an interesting brew. I'm not resistant to that.
Feel
Yeah,
actually a
so-
bit refreshed.
We should probably take some of the syrup, and Magnus says it get worse the longer we stick around in it, so we need to start moving fast.
I could always cut our way out of this temple.
It might take a bit of effort, but I might be able to dig through these walls. Just to get the other people out, at least.
So are we trying to make an exit first, or are we going to backtrack and fight the Yanti first?
If we were planning,
Because honestly, if we handle the Yanti first, I have a way to just get us all back.
The way it seems, if they say the poison is not harmful, it just makes you sleep. I say we press forward. Also, I'm just sort of itching for a bit of action. We've
No.
dillied around a bit.
yes, if you were going to offer to destroy the walls, we could have used that scroll in this ring to get 2 of them out of the way. It would have made a bit more sense then, but using all that effort to destroy all 4 would be, I think, too much. We should push forward, clean this place out.
Wonderful. Persephone is going to get a spoonful of syrup and consume.
Well, I certainly hope those Yanti don't turn into snakes and, slither on in here and kill the people while they're asleep.
And that's what Vistas is for. And I have
What
blocked.
about
I look at
Is it
Vistas.
sleep? Isn't
No,
Vistas
Vistas fine.
asleep? No.
He's a young T-boy.
Yeah,
Okay.
Is
Thought I
Azael
heard Vistas
saying?
fell asleep. It's probably...
his
Nope.
tail is with me.
That's his boy. My boy, he's sleeping. Stroke his stroking face, little sleepy face. With my cold snake hand.
I was like, wait, what? Yeah, I was what? Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, why did Vistas fall asleep? That makes sense. He's not a real Yanti. Oh, that's weird. Anyways.
Alright, my friends, we have rested, we have eaten our jelly. Let us go. As you can feel the bond starting to form.
No,
Almost pushing you in the back, moving you
Get
forward.
the fuck out of here! Come on! Jesus fucking Christ!
Oh, I'll stick my hand in the thing and I'll just eat some of that syrup too or whatever.
I'll just try to bottle some of the excess. There's only really 4 of us needed. I can make enough for 9 people.
There you go.
Nice.
All right, as you all finally step in, some of you just stretching out after a quick brief nap. Persephone still kind of feels sickly unless you cure that poison inside you. Walking into what looks to be a
Does the-
large
Wait, does the
cathedral.
cinder syrup not help?
No, I mean I'm saying I think it gives you advantage on the check, on the save, but you still got sickened by it. It's why you were sleepy, unless you rip the poison out of your body.
Yeah, we failed our save by, I assume, 5 or more.
Definitely seems
That's
like you
why
got super duper affected.
Yeah, we failed our save by 5 or more, and that so we got poisoned and knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
Straw poison, except in the air. Wow, that's genius. I need to get some of that. I need
as you'd
safe
find
gas.
yourself in what looks to be what used to possibly be a worm of worship, almost like a cathedral of sorts, but it has been completely repurposed. You could see the bodies of thin and recently desiccated looking farm animals curled up in the corner. You can see it looks like the remnants of a large round statue, like that of a coiled serpent that has been exploded out from the inside, and piles of bones scattered here and there of some large beast. Along the walls, you can see what looks to be depictions of long, curling, winding serpents. One of them seeming to wind up its tail along this wall to the side here, which spreads out, and it looks to be almost like what you've seen in the arena, the heads of many serpents coming out of one body, all reaching out and biting up towards many things. You'd see the stars in the sky and the sun painted overhead. And the opposite wall, you'd see what looks like the long, winding base, a tunnel this thing had crawled out of, though the tunnel seems to be painted on the wall, leading off towards what look to be darker lands. Otherwise, you find like a couple of old raggedy carts. You can see some big old stone pots in the corner. And down the hallway where Samantha is, along the walls, you see these images seem to continue. Where you stand right there, on either side of you, you see humans and very crude, almost Aztecian drawings on the wall, flat and facing forward, holding in their hands coiled ropes that, in their very crude depiction, you'd see to be serpents. You could see arms, their hands, their bodies have been cut and harmed in some way, as are the serpents. And you'd see them walking forward into what looks to be a very strangely, crudely cut circle on the ground, with lots of winding lines coming up from it. You'd assume a pool of sorts. And further ahead, the next step, you would see crawling out of these things, these humans, their bodies seem to be clinging, holding on to them, scales running along their necks, backs, and faces. The serpents now gone, their wounds healed, no longer holding faces of anguish as they walk into the pit. Instead, they seem to be blank, slate-like, holding on to themselves as if they're clinging to these new glittering emeralds they have on their body. The next step beyond that, you'd see... What?
Nothing.
Okay. Next step beyond that, you'd see these hands holding onto these scales now move away from their scales and grab onto their skin. You could see for some of these in pain depictions, these creatures are dragging their flesh from their body, and from beneath that human flesh, you find more scale, more twisted horrors beneath. The forms of serpents, even some casting away arms and legs as they continue to walk and approach the end of this hallway. And as you approach, those numbers of those twisted mutants become fewer as their hands, their eyes, even their teeth turn to one another. You'd see these strange mutant creatures grabbing upon their brethren, their sisters, and ripping and tearing and feasting upon them until their bellies grow large, until their bodies grow large, until the last bit of their humanity has long since gone, and all that's left is this strange, semi-human creature towering in height, broad shoulders, thick arms, winding tail, as only a handful seem to reside and now kneel at the final step of this hallway. Taking up almost the entire space down here, this long, winding path, you see a large, coiled serpent, its tail running along the wall, even swooping up and over this doorway. Its head coming all the way around this side and opening, it looks like against this wall, its mouth wide and gaping. And sitting upon it, its body wound tight and tall, is a very familiar face, a feature of a Yuan-Ti or something like it, a tall serpentine woman with a head, a crown made of living serpents that spills down her shoulders, her eyes staring down viciously towards all of you approaching. Upon her head is a crown made of this bright silvered color, centered with a bright, and at least your pretty sharp eyes at this point in your group, pretty obvious emerald jewel resting upon its face, socketed into the stone. And written up around her head in this torn tapestry of Draconic are words almost like a warning, if not a prayer, to this great goddess.
Greed is a serpent that must be fed. To glory and greatness thou shalt be led. Embrace the hollow, let it feed on your soul. Embrace the avarice, let it swallow you whole.
The Empress commands to consume and digest. Take all for yourself, leave none for the rest. And also you see to the western side, a stone door sort of wedged into the wall as if recently placed.
There's actually a door here, or is it just the opening in the mouth?
Give me an investigation check.
Sort of just taking in this depiction. I really did take a few things too literally.
Just look forward, you see this wall in front of you. It looks like a large serpent mouth. I think get your D4.
Friendship.
DC 13! I believe!
As you look and see in the wall, yeah, there's this mouth seems to open up quite wide, just above your head. And down below, you see these jaws reaching up, and yeah, right in the center of this thing's throat, weirdly like detailed and depicted. You can see the edge of this thing's mouth going further down into its throat, and where it seems to all funnel to one shape, there is an indentation in the wall, a place where something can be shoved into the stone.
Something that appears to be missing to my perfect vision.
Looks like it.
I think that is perhaps a stone, or maybe gem key or something to open this passage. I'll keep a sharp eye out for such a thing, but perhaps the door on the left will be our way forward for now.
Do you want to lead the way, or should I?
If not, Swift Hollow and I could always take a swing at it. But
Flourishes her daggers.
I doubt we can sneak up on anyone.
Oh, the time for sneaking is over. It's the police! As I kick down the door.
All right, roll me a dexterity
It's the
saving
stone
throw.
door.
As you kick the stone door, you feel this thing snap for a moment, and the ground beneath slides open, and you see holes in the stonework below. Dexterity saving throw. Do, 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 do.
Can I use my reaction to try to grab Samantha as I see the floor open?
I would probably say no. I mean, you can grab onto her, but you can't pull her out the way. As she is walking, kicking down the door. She's throwing her
I
force
want to
to
grab onto her, like when I see the floor open.
Oh, yeah. You can snatch into her body. Ooh, nice. As you kick open the door, the ground slides beneath your feet, and immediately step away, helpfully flanked by Kuldor, sort of yanking you. Okay, unless...
Maybe we should
unless-
have gone first.
Can I cheat a little bit since I got a 20?
How so?
I just want to teleport to
I
my
just
left.
kick the door down and everyone dies.
I'm going to say you would find this thing able to quickly react and pull away, but the ground would shift and just beneath your feet for recklessly kicking this rigged door open. You would find, but no, a whole spray of darts shooting up from the ground beneath you. As you would only take, let's see, half of 6, 3 piercing damage. You're able to pull yourself away, but catching in the side as these tiny little beats, little darts stick into your body. And you see something dripping from them, but fortunately, has no effect on you.
Damn it, as I just pull a large
That's what I'm
splinter
saying.
out of my shoulder.
Perhaps Tamarkan and I should take the lead.
be not
Yes,
this.
check for traps.
As the door is swung and broken open, you guys see immediately before you is looks to be something of a mannequin, some sort of shape. Almost no, you would recognize this. This is an armor mannequin, and strewn on either side of it, almost like a very vicious looking scarecrow. You see 2 withered corpses hanging, draped over them on either side. And the moment the door is kicked open and Samantha steps out of the way as she gets stabbed in the side, it hits you this really rancid, pungent smell that just wafts out of the room.
I love rotting corpses.
It is a stench.
Is the hole still there?
Yeah, is the trap disengaged?
Yeah, it seems like the holes are. It seems like literally the floor opens up and it just stays that way. It seems like it has to be rearmed.
Tiny little holes.
hop over the hole.
Basically, the floor slides open. There's a bunch of tiny little holes for darts to shoot out of.
Ah,
Mm-hmm. But the traps.
You can stick your
disengage.
fingers in them. You can get your fingers caught and your toesies. Yeah, as you walk in, Corin bravely stepping in. Yep, the air becomes really pungent. It's God. If it wasn't for that syrup you just drank or your own constitution, you think it must be rich in here. As all around you'd see strewn about, more of these armor mannequins looks to be dead purebloods. Their bodies seem to be pinned and basically held in place on these things by sharpened blades. And you see more on the northern and southern side. Across these tables, you see curved scimitars that have been kept sharpened and primed to the best of their ability. Otherwise, bows unstrung, arrows forged, and some of them seemingly dry, not dipped in their poisons as they usually are known for. And then just next to you, Persephone, you see a box that seems to be covered in this dark black ichor.
Are they like chained up, or are they hanging, swinging?
It looks like they're corpses literally strewn about. You know, armor mannequins, you normally put your armor on. It's like someone like draped one over that, like a scarecrow, and they're basically pinned by like blades and daggers and swords. Like, you probably guess from your own morbid experience, these things probably were used as proper dummies for fighting, for testing your arms.
This is ignorant
comical.
subside. I do not know if we are going to find a key in here.
Just a little checks around for anything, I suppose, out of the ordinary, suspicious.
Sure, give me an
Or
investigation check.
trained, sort of assassin-y, thievy eye. Yes, Swithalo walks around inspecting the tools, the corpses, and I suppose also the box. No, not
Hey.
Winning!
Nice. Yep, as in this room seems relatively, not really well kept, but at least clean, save for that smeared box. The bodies themselves don't seem to be truly like leaking any blood. They're not fresh. In fact, it seems like they've almost been drained. You're expecting under and around them for anything that might be falling on their person. They seem to just be wearing scraps of clothes, even this one to the north seemingly wearing a whole bundle of robes, although again, they seem like they were torn by blades. These things have been mostly picked clean. There's not really anything of value on them. There are swords here. You do find what looks to be 6 scimitars, 4 longbows, and 40 arrows, at least of decent use. The rest have either been broken and laid askew or otherwise held in place. And then there's the box, which again just seems to just gives off this horrible smell. You do notice with that incredible investigation check that this thing has some carved, crude writing on it in what can clearly be discerned as the Draconic language. Though I don't know if you can read that.
Swithalo cannot. Is there an easy way to crack it open?
Yeah, it seems like it'd be a wooden crate about 4 feet tall. You seem like you could probably just wedge a blade or something underneath and just pop it
Swithalo
open.
just takes one of her takes a dagger and just wedges it, cracks it open a bit.
All right.
Does the air get worse?
Give me a strength check. As you're just trying to wedge things. Not too hard, but...
Yeah. I almost clicked strength saving though. Eat. Aw.
As you start to pull, takes a little bit, push more. Seems like the wood's starting to rot a bit, but you almost got it. And then finally, the lid pops open, and you're immediately all basically just battered by this horrid, putrid smell. And then claws come reaching out. Fortunately, your senses buzz. You're brought to life in this moment, as well as Tamar Khan in your hand or behind your ear, wherever your bar is kept, begins to vibrate as well as the magic seems to spread to all of your allies as this creature emerges screeching from the box. Ah! As it looks like a almost humanoid, like it'd be like taller than you, but it's hunched over in shape. Its face clad in scales, twisted and inhuman. And as it does, this horrid black fluid seems to be spreading and scattering all across the walls from its body, lathering onto you guys and even on the corpses around you. And as it spatters, this thing comes scrawling out of the box, screeching as I'm going to need you guys to roll me some initiative.
This guy's obviously friendly.
Quick, cast Charm Monster. I already have my token selected.
Did I roll 2 1s again? Jesus
Look at
Christ.
you. That is
What
not your
the
night, my
fuck?
friend.
Damn, Lucas is infecting Tamar Khan. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen.
I get a D4, you fuckers.
Oh, that's right. I get a D4
They were like, "Ha!
they're
You thought
not.
you could avoid your bad luck by not having
Yes!
a Tuesday game?"
Oh, poor boy.
I give my 7.
Alrighty. We'll
Hang
do
on, I gotta
that.
make
Oh,
mine isn't letting me like change it, but it should be a 21.14 plus 4, so it's a 25.
oh, mama.
Every time someone changes theirs, it kicks you out of editing it, so you sort of
Oh
gotta
god
wait.
damn it! So it's everyone's fault.
Yeah. You gotta be
Work
quick.
fast.
Let's see. Did everyone get a good update? How about you, Corin? Oh, you're not a friend yet.
No friendship
Oh.
powers.
You're not.
Alrighty.
You're not
As
boosted by the power of
No, the
friendship.
power
I
of
forgot to
friendship.
update mine. Yeah.
as you see this blood spatter and spray across your bodies, ugh, you can see some of you wipe it off. It just seems to smell horrible, and you can hear this weird gurgling, sizzling where it lands on the ground and even on some of the corpses that begins to boil and bubble. As Samantha, you see this creature reaching and writhing its claws wildly out into this new light that you are now emanating towards it. What do you do?
Yeah,
You
sort of.
recognize this?
I was gonna ask that, but
Oh, okay.
I walk into this place after the rest of my allies and see these Yuan-Ti purebloods just like crucified to these armor racks, and don't even really notice Swift Hollow like digging at the box to my right as Samantha feels a really weird series of emotions just sort of taking in this awful looking room. And when this thing pops out of the box, screeching, it is at the worst possible moment as Samantha just grabs a hold of her anger and forms it into a fist and pummels this thing in the face for screeching in her face. As,
All right, give me that attack roll.
she is furious with what she's seeing. You know what? I haven't done that in a while. As I'm going to use my bonus action, as that energy crackles into life into my fist, it takes on an orange tint as it imbues itself with flaming fire magic. As 1, 2, 3 right hooks into its face.
All right.
A little
As
D4
three
on
hooks
one
come-
of those. Yeah, a little D4 on one of them.
You certainly can.
On the 15.
All right. As first two blows go over its head, go over its head. Last one comes close and striking with Temercon's blow guided much more firmly, striking head on to this creature. As your fist comes crashing right into its face. Ooh. As you will pound into it, smashing it down into the box, and the fire wraps around its body, and then you see it just sort of stay and latch onto its flesh, as although you land a hearty blow, it seems as if this creature is just as hardy. The flames seeming to hold onto it, not to dig and burn hardly into his flesh, almost like burning on coal, just staying in place.
So I just sort of turn to face this thing and look at it with all of my malice and finally take in, do I know what this thing is?
Roll me an Arcana check. Let's see. It's strange, Samantha. It looks to you for a moment like this thing is some Yuan-Ti. It has clearly got some humanoid features. It is serpentine in nature. Its body is like this weird, twisted, hunched over, like Malison of sorts, but looking this thing over, seeing the way it screams, the dead eyes it gives you, and even now, hearing this strange gurgle in its throat, this rasp, something akin to language, but far from it, too unintelligent to speak. You probably tell the way this thing's acting, this is no human. This is no monster. This is a fiend before you.
I somehow get
that sound?
angrier. As yeah. Assuming, considering what the pit is and what her knowledge of the Malisons are, in that strange sort of chaotic, guttural language, Samantha's serpents hissing and whipping back and forth, she will just shout at this thing in abyssal, Is it pandemonium for your world?
Nope. It's the Abyss.
Oh, it's the Abyss. Okay, that's right. That's right. That's right. I always get them mixed up because pandemonium always makes you think that's the chaos crazy place. And she'll just scream at this thing in abyssal. I will send you screaming back to the abyss. It is a fiend, as I will say that in common. Yes, that is it for me.
All right, as Persephone, racked by this, you see this goo that strings to your face immediately begins to hiss and dissolve and fade. It's almost like it's cleaning itself, thankfully. Oh, God. I'm gonna need a Constitution saving throw against poison.
I have advantage because of the cinderberries, right?
You certainly do.
Berries.
Oh, as you take a deep breath and you're able to withstand it. Oh, God. This thing is noxious. It's almost trying to force you to almost retch. You'd almost catch yourself in the same way that you almost found yourself falling asleep before. Against this thing's toxin, you found yourself almost just catching your stomach and keeping yourself from just straight vomiting. Nice. As what do you do?
As I am going to first use my bonus action to hidden pass away from this thing. Yeah, you know, corner seems fine. I'm just surrounded by corpses. This is fine. As I am going to thorn with it.
All right, give me that attack roll.
Ooh.
As whipping through the air, this thing still burning with this fire clinging to its body, ducks and weaves, looking around for something near it to strike. As you will.
Still that one.
Still in that one.
Yeah.
Auto miss, as it just seems to duck down wildly, almost like a stroke of luck, pulling away from the attack.
If we keep it contained over there, it should be easy for us to take it down, right? That's gonna be it for me.
Alrighty. As Swift Hollow.
Seeing this thing spring on her, but Swift Hollow, always, at least in her moment of need, seems to be a step ahead. Yeah, as a bonus action, she will attack this thing, slashing out twice with magical fey quickness. And Zopa. 27. Oh,
Ooh,
God,
a
what is
27. Oh, golly.
Oh.
A 27 will
it's
connect.
I saw the show spell description. I didn't think it was gonna add a new entry.
As 28 minus 6, because this is not poison. So.
Gotcha. So 22 plus 9, 31 damage. That will connect. Cutting into this thing's body. As you'll rip and tear. Ooh, doing a good amount of damage. This thing, with those twin blades carving and ripping this burning thing, you see it's basically barely on its feet now. Torn and ripped, leaning over, bleeding more of this black putrid blood all over the ground, almost filling the box with it.
Yeah, Swift Hollow, before it's even able to lash out, Swift Hollow has already taken several steps backwards. I guess I should be towards my allies, though. So, moves to there. Quickly passing towards Corin. Sort of interposing herself between Persephone, as with her main action, she will toss one of her daggers up in preparation. Waiting for one of her allies to strike. I guess looks at initiative. Israel! Whenever he attacks the thing, it's still up for some reason. When he attacks with Hull, we'll throw her daggers at him.
You're passing by the doorway. You see Izael rushing forward, seeing there's combat going on. You think, okay, he's getting ready to strike. I'll wait for him to open up a goofy.
Wait for him to get its attention so that she can strike it once more. That's what.
Alrighty. All right. As this creature in the box pulls itself out, bleeding and burning, it has to make a con save.
Yep.
Let's see. Magical effect. Bah! No. How much damage does it take?
I have the... Where is it? Ignition damage. There you are. 2 whole damage.
All right. As it latches on again, those flames seem to be slow moving as it seems to barely burn away, but there's not much life left in this creature. Instead, turning to you, this only last thing left in its now brightly lit light with the flames. He leaches forward to you, claws extended, seeming to slash out wildly in your direction. See that. as he's going to give 3 claws and then try to reach out and chomp you. First claw coming at you with advantage. 20.
As a 20 will hit, and the moment it does, the crown on my head flares with radiant light and tries to bite into him.
All right. Gotta give
I'll
another
take the
con
6 slash
save.
damage.
Bah. Ooh, that won't do it.
So take 6 damage. And the Vicious Crown. It is Vicious Crown. 23 radiant damage.
How does this thing die when these things bite it and fill it with radiant light?
As I promise to send it screaming to the abyss as 1, 2, 3, 4 snakes just latch onto its face and neck and surge with radiant light burning into it.
Alrighty. As its body begins to shake, you see cracks running along its form where the bites have landed. Eventually, they begin to almost dissolve and burn it away before its body surges and pulses and swells. And then explodes outward as this noxious goo spreads all the way out, hitting Samantha, Quildor, getting some cover for Cooler though, Tamarkan, getting some cover for Tamarkan, and Korin. So I'm gonna need you guys to give me some dexterity. No cover in this time, actually. It's Constitution! Give me Constitution saving throws! As noxious fluids scatter across your body.
Noxious, like poisonous fluid?
Poison, one might say.
On power friendship.
Oh, poor boy. As all around you, you feel your bodies immediately get rushed with this sickness. Samantha's absolutely fine, but the rest of you, as this comes splashing and ripping around... Oh, that's not right. There we are. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we are, baby. Nope. There we are. This goo, more of this sickening ichor sticks to your body, and the moment it touches, it just feels painful, as in you're trying to wipe it off your skin or withstand it before it eventually fades and is absorbed and metabolized. As each of you will take, if you succeed, half of 8, only 4 poison damage, otherwise taking half if you're resistant. I think all of you drank your stuff, so you're extra resistant. Mm-hmm. As its body just seems to erupt, it falls into pieces. And it's at this point you'd see that goo from before, as this thing ripped its way up this box and nastiness scattered all across the room. That sizzling you hear on the ground and on the corpses begins to grow and basically, almost in an exaggerated way, begins to spread, almost like it's reaching and catching, and these Yanti bodies begin to twist until it goes faster and faster. And all around you, Persephone, Tamarkan, Quildor, and Korin, these corpses immediately get torn and ripped apart by this noxious fluid and transform into these horrid things.
That's awful!
Look at you!
No, it just got worse.
As ripping themselves off, you see blades sliding out of their bodies, still wounded, but now becoming these horrible scars. These creatures begin wildly lashing out at the creatures around them. Let's see.
Smile.
First one coming up behind you, Coolor, a pair of claws reaching out, wildly trying to rip into your back. 26. Yeah.
That will connect.
Slicing into your back, another set of claws. Ripping across the armor.
Nope.
And then a mouth trying to catch onto your neck. Ka-chunk. 24.
Oh, does it have advantage?
Seems like they're wildly attacking.
That will then connect. That means my AC.
As his teeth sink into your neck, you feel this wash of sickness wash over your body, but you do feel resistance against it thanks to the syrup now strengthening your vitality.
So half of that 8.
Yeah. And then behind you, Tamarkan, same thing. Teeth and claws wildly coming at you with advantage. 21.
21 will just barely connect.
Slicing into behind. Whiffing through the air.
More of the strange golden hair cutting off away from my body, but seemed like skin unharmed.
And then a pair of teeth snapping down into your neck.
Again, just barely getting me, thankfully. Holding on, taking, 9? Taking 1 point of damage.
And from behind, yep, backing up, seeing you zip up behind Swifthall. This thing's claws reaching out, trying to get you from behind as well. 2 claws and a bite. Woof, whipping through the air.
Dodge.
Woof, claws
Sure,
catching
that's-
you, boss up in the side. And then a pair of teeth sinking down, trying to get to your neck. Ooh! A crit.
Smith Hollow will, in a strange way, sort of uncannily dodge it, redirect into a less, how do you say, less vital area. A stroke of luck for it, but Smith Hollow sort of rejecting that. Redirecting it to more of his shoulder.
All right. And the last one coming at you, Corn, tearing itself up the mannequin, trying to pounce upon you. 2 claws and a bite. 20.
That hit.
Another strike. Ooh, 22. Catching into both sides of your little form. And then a big old bite. Chomp. Ooh.
Her.
As that thing seems to be lurching down on top of you, claws in your side, teeth bearing down in your neck as you'll take, let's see, 14 and then half of the poison because you're a little resistant boy, so only 6 poison damage. As these creatures all seem to be wildly striking out without any real care for their own well-being, it seems. As Izael comes rushing into the room, magic in hand at the ready. Seeing these creatures attacking his allies, he's going to use the rest of his movement to try and slip by you, Samantha. Get in the front there. And then, God, he can't really do that. God, he's going to slip right. Yeah, he's got to slip right there. He can't step on the box. Gets right between you here. You see him take his hands out, crackle with magic. Away with you. And sends 2 blasts coming right at the one holding on to Corrin. Pew! Ooh. And pew! Ooh! 2 blasts flying over his shoulder and hitting this guy square in his body. It seems like it still holds in place, but he's able to keep him nice and wounded. As 2 blasts, one in his shoulder, one in his chest, leaving these indentations where the scales of this abyssal thing seem to be falling away. Still alive, though.
I'll shoot my shot. Can I attack this one?
You already used your reaction to Uncanny Dodge.
Oh, you're right! I need more reactions. Where's my feat where I get one reaction for free where I can just use attack of opportunity?
As Quildor.
Sip.
You see Azael come running into the room. This creature scratches you slightly. Your ally is being accosted from what were once corpses moments ago. What do you do?
Oh, I don't know if I stab that asshole that scratched me.
Get him.
Assume
Seems like
with
you get advantage on the attack. Oh yeah, it seems like this thing's like throwing itself on you. Oop, that'll connect. First kept cutting in, doing a good amount of damage, stabbing into its body again. It seems like the fire really doesn't latch onto its form. You expect it to cut and sear through its body, but it just seems like almost when you put like a hot punk against something that just won't burn. Just seems to burn and singe it on the outside, but not really doing too much. Second attack comes in. Ooh, is there someone come in? Do 2 more. And then that last attack. Ooh. Ooh, as you cut him and stab him through his body and try to rip him asunder, you see like his whole body, like from the chest outward.
Just helps me.
As you seem like you're holding onto his body and you rip away, you're expecting this corpse to fall over to its side, but it just somehow, strangely enough, without a look of fear or even care for its own well-being, seems to be barely holding itself together, almost like the entire section of its upper body carved away. Barely alive, but fiendishly resilient.
Move through your ally space, right?
You can, it's difficult terrain.
Okay, as I will move here.
10, 20, 25, there you go. Plenty
I
movement.
will go into my frontline fighting stuff.
As a claw would come after... No, you're mobile, you're fine.
I'm
You're mobile, boy.
baby.
I keep forgetting you're mobile.
I'm mobile. Got them cleats.
Nice. Alright.
I'll do my turn.
Yep. Alright, Corrin, got some teeth in you, got some claws in you. Your friend, Snake Boy, is shooting at the dude biting at you, but it seems like these things are still pretty resilient and fighting. What do you do?
I'm going to once again ask everyone for some forgiveness as I will go into a rage and set everyone on fire.
Ow. Why?
He said he was going to ask for forgiveness.
Alright, as fire washes over the room, everyone within 10 feet of you? So, Samantha, you're dead. Basically everyone in the circle.
everyone.
I think you're fine.
Oh, you're gonna
Everyone but
pop
that
the
guy.
boy too. Shit.
Well, that guy's too
No,
far
I'm gonna
away.
hit that
He's too...
guy. Yeah.
As
Well,
Izael
square
raises his
away.
hands against the heat,
Is there no save? Just take it.
you just take damage. As you see the heat wash over these creatures, it does seem to burn them, Corin. But it seems like they are actually somewhat resilient to this damage. The fire seems to hit their scales and singe and sizzle, but doesn't quite seem to burn them completely away.
Great job, Corin. Love it.
But everyone else takes electric damage.
You'll be fine. I believe in you guys.
Fine.
With advantage, I'm gonna bring my shovel, my bladed shovel, up to this creature's face.
Alrighty. Ooh! As how do you want to kill him with that first strike?
Yeah, as I just kind of bring it down as his neck is just close to my face after biting me, as I just kind of stab it upwards, kind of decapitate him. Just
As you
my
stick it in his
friend
mouth.
Pokemon.
And pop his head off. You see its body begin to bleed and then stop, and then his body swells up. As again, the body explodes, destroying itself, and Izael's fine. No, Tamarcon, actually? Nope, you're still within. Tamarcon, Swift Hollow, and Corin. All give me Constitution saving throws.
Oh god, we can't roll above a 10.
I use my reaction. Or no?
Use your D10, use your D4, whatever you guys got.
Oh yeah, you're right.
15.
Use your friendship.
Alright, friendship. You didn't fail
Cool.
me. 15.
As with, thanks to the power of friendship, both of you just made the save. As instead of taking your normal full 14, you take half of that. And with resistance, thanks to the Cinderberries, you take half of that to be 3.
Yeah. Yes, our power of friendship and solidarity. Both of us making it. Go us.
She's gone.
So that was it.
All right, Tamarcon, slashed on one side, poison and fire blasted on the other. What do you do?
Alright, Tamar is just going to reach the bar out and extending it further as he sort of spins it around his neck and extends as it spins, wrapping around and almost swiping right next to Quildor's face, but just striking into this guy right in front of me. Cracking on in 25 to hit, I suppose.
Ooh, as that'll have advantage, that'll definitely hit. Ooh, as you crash down to this creature's head, bashing it hard. As he will take it.
Bashes into him and it almost slides across his skin and tries to connect with the guy behind him, although it seems like the bar almost slows right before it connects. And just tries a little boot. A little knockout boot.
As that will definitely do 1 damage.
He bops him a little bit, just tries to put him unconscious, and then
2
braces
damage
himself
there.
to see if it explodes.
As you hit him on the head, his body starts to shake and he falls to the ground. You see him twitching on the ground for a moment as his eyes go blank, as he seems to be just unconscious.
They seem to not pop if they're not completely gone. As with that, I messed up. That's fine. I'm just gonna swing down again at the guy in front of him with the second attack. A bar clamping in a 19 to hit. Yeah.
As a 19 will connect.
Bashing into the side of this thing's
Ooh.
head, sending a little bit of ki into his body, a little deft strike, cutting in.
Ooh, as it seems like he's almost knocked off his feet, bashed against the wall, but then leaning forward, catching onto himself. Ready for another bite at you.
As with a bonus strike, he will. No, he's gonna flurry of blows. He's just flurry of blows, getting 2 strikes in, trying to knock
right.
this thing's lights out, going boxing style as he just sort of tosses the bar up in the air and just 1-2 punching into this thing's face, trying to knock it the fuck out.
All right, give me those punchies. Ooh, give me that damage on that first punch.
Oh yeah.
Punch in right into its
As
sucker.
how do you knock this guy out with that first punch? Oh God.
Look how the music
Yes.
just got real.
I think
He
God, it
just
wasn't
tosses
so
the
loud.
bar
it's
up,
resetting each time.
gets into the fighting stance, just has a grin on his face, and just bops him in the side of the head as he just starts to see his lights going out. As not wanting to end this thing with another punch because he doesn't want it to explode, just tosses himself backwards. A nice little backflip through the air over Corin's head, landing on the far side of this thing, and
Stepping and pushing inside these mannequins.
just landing on top of the mannequin,
Okay.
bouncing on top of it. You could break up,
Sure.
can you?
We've always done that because it's
Sure.
weird.
As just a leg will swing around and try to bop this guy in the face as well with the last of my flurry of blows.
All right, give me that bop. I guess you
18 to hit.
18. Has that 18 will be fortunately enough to hit instead of that nat 1.
I'm just gonna crack him in the side of the head and a little bit more ki, just trying to stop this thing's movement. So see how resilient it is to fusing my ki in its body.
Alrighty, as you catch it across the face. Not much force behind that last punch, at least not as much as before, but trying to use some mystical energy to try and hold it still. Although it does seem like it's able, it's like the moment you try to knock it out, its eyes go blank for a moment, and then it screeches again, ah! And it goes back to trying to maul into Swift Hollow.
Time to put this thing down without it ending itself. And that's the mark.
Alright, coming back to you, Samantha. 2 of these creatures seem to be down. One of them has exploded all over the place. Its body, thankfully, mostly collected in this box here. A couple of them have been knocked out. Seems to be one left, but your allies are completely surrounding it. What do you do?
God, I wish they just exploded when you knocked them out. All right.
Andy was in his shark.
Aw,
Cute.
He got in his shark bed. Good.
Didn't even notice until he came shooting out of it.
We need to start getting pictures.
I will use a. Yeah, Swift Hollow is still recovering, so I will use a bonus action. Calling out to Corin to strike this thing out and try to knock it out, as I will use 2 Voice of Leadership dice to give you a free attack if you use your reaction.
Bop it.
Bop
Bop
it
it real
with
good.
advantage. Ooh.
Wow.
Twist it.
As you zoom, swing your axe and cut into this thing, whacking it across the face. Not trying to kill it. It seems like it does have a little bit of strength left in it as you bash it, almost knocking it off its feet, although its head hangs low, almost like you broke its neck. It seems like crackle itself back into place. Ah! Although barely standing on its feet.
What can I use my action for? You know what? This is actually perfect. I have infinite of these, as I will grab a hold of all of that fucking anger and malice and force my will upon this thing. Kneel, as I will use my action to burn an infinite command. Eat a dick, get on the ground.
Alright. Trying to command him. Let's see. Resisting the magic.
No.
You see it turn your head to you. Its body starts to pull itself lower to the ground. He tries to fight it, but it's going to take some time.
Meh.
All right. Persephone.
It's just on his turn.
Persephone, knock it out if you could, please.
As Persephone. This creature
Persephone.
comes to life right next to you and gets the shit kicked out of it. What do you do?
I pull my sickle off from my waist, this thing I never use, and I bop it on the head.
All right.
Got advantage.
Do I get...
He's advantage. He's basically... He's not
Is it
stunned,
normal
but he's
because
wide.
I'm
He's basically
poisoned?
been it'd be disadvantage if you're poisoned. So normal because you're poisoned.
Yeah.
Normal
so-
because you're poisoned. Yeah. So
friendship.
as you get D4.
Friendship.
Friendship, as that will connect as you swing down and on this thing's head, you strike down on the hard scales. Its head twitches beneath the weight of your sickle. Although it does seem like this thing has quite a resilience to your basic weapon.
Sickle, not finesse. It's not.
It's not. I know it's
No,
weird,
it's
right? How about
not.
that?
I tried.
Wow, how about that?
Can't you knock things out with your thorn whip?
You can.
Oh, can I? I
It's
thought
a melee
magical...
spell attack.
Melee attack. Yeah.
This would be a melee attack.
D&D
Can
5e,
I
the
do-
simple game.
Can I do that? I already had
Sure.
Oh,
It's all
okay.
good. Go for it.
Because I only did it because I was like, Thor will make it blow up.
Yep. As how do you knock this thing out with your whip?
As Persephone looks over at Samantha and just looks over at this thing, and then just like brings her hand down. Thwack.
Bonk.
Smacks this thing on top of the head. The thorns sort of dig in for a moment, just get barely past the scales, and then the weight of it just brings it down to the ground. As first it hits its knees on the ground, and then falls unconscious. As with that, new moments of danger in this cave you find. Back to that strange, eerie stillness as these creatures lay twitching, unconscious on the ground.
So we take a step back or two before Dean comes with him.
My apologies. I should have read the label.
So I'll look down at the box at the Draconic on it, and what's it say?
It looks like the box has been basically destroyed. You see like a handful of words: can't, stop, bleed, don't, talk, won't. But they've been completely shattered.
Okay, well, we would have opened it anyways. I find solace in them.
I would have read the box, though. Get out of the room. I'm going to burn it.
Whoop! Or hops his happy ass out the room.
Slips, slide.
Disgusting demons.
So I'll wrench the shelves down onto the ground, which I presume are made out of wood.
Hey, sweet Hollow.
Yep, takes a little bit of work, but you can.
As Persephone and Swift Hollow shuffle out of the room, Purse is just gonna reach for Swifty's hand. She just looks sick. Purse isn't having a good afternoon.
Oh. I shall hold your hand.
No, destroy
Lead you out.
here, but
Can you unpoison yourself?
Oh, baby. Baby!
I probably can, but I'm looking at my charges. And I'm looking at all the things that I have left that I can do, so...
You don't have lesser restoration prepared?
No, because I can use charges for it.
Sweet Hollow.
Yes, Con.
Sneaks over Swift Hollow and points towards the door. As you can see, he's got his
I got it.
tools in hand. Want to give it a try?
Couldn't hurt.
As Samantha's
couldn't hurt.
burning the room.
Couldn't hurt.
Yeah, just bring in
Alright.
the door.
Stare it down. Contemplate.
okay. You investigating it for what are you doing? How are you approaching this indentation in this giant snake mouth?
First investigate to see if there's any trap around, and then start to fiddle tools inside, see if we can feel any tumblers or pins or anything that seems to actuate some kind of mechanism. If it's just magic, then sure. But get a shot.
Yes, you gotta insert the thing. I mean, can we try surrogate insert things?
Sure. So first thing you do, Inspector for Traps, give me either an investigation check or give me a int check using thieves' tools. Trying to look for anything that might give way.
I'm gonna be helping Swift Hollow.
There you go. Look at you
Alright.
boys with your thieves' tools.
With a little bit of guidance of this.
Alright, so recap. What am I rolling?
You're rolling either an investigation check or you're rolling an int check with your thieves' tools, searching around for anything that might lead you to believe it's a trap, something that might give way to something harmful to you. But Tamarkon's helping you because you're both thieves of a feather. You steal together.
Lock together.
Get your advantage and plus 2d4s.
There you go. And Swift Hollow pulls out her
Yeah.
1 point. These tools, 1 point tinkered tools.
As
Tinkering around
as
with it, messing around
toying
with
with
mechanisms and what have you.
this thing, you do feel like there is a mechanism in this thing. Although after toying and tinkering with it, it seems like this thing's not actually harmful. The most you probably gain from toying with this with your tools. I guess both. It's interesting. It's so fun to do. It's both tinker tools and thieves tools. So you probably get some double insight there. Yeah, you'd see that not only is this thing not trapped, it's mostly just meant to be somewhat hidden. This thing is actually a doorway, an opening. It just seems like it needs something to fit this socket to activate. Hard to say. Nothing really responds to your touch. You'd assume it's something almost like of a magical recipient. If something fits the right shape, you could possibly open it, or at least cause whatever magic or something inside to open it. Thanks to being an artificer. How about that?
Not do your thing. Can you get it open?
just hear the sounds of repeated large explosions in the other room as I'm just blowing up furniture and igniting it.
And
Yeah,
pretty
Swift
soon the
Hollow
whole room.
basically relays all of that she's finding as she's testing out the mechanism.
I mean, that's
You-
magic.
She nods.
Disappointing. Alright.
What does the shape look like again? Like, when
It
Samantha
looks,
was looking at it, it seemed to be like a jewel, but
It almost looks like a jewel goes in this thing's mouth.
like jewel TM or diamond emerald rhombus.
It almost looks like a diamond shape. Looks like something that would like be socketed. A sharp point goes in the middle, like a funneling of all sharp facets coming together to a single point with a round shape.
So not just a shape, but needs to have particular magic use.
It seems to be. Needs to have the specific sort of jewel. Unfortunate. Just like Samantha said, we'll have to find it. But I suppose more intriguing of all, as she like looks back down the hallway. This was the only door. As she looks back towards this doorway. Where are we supposed to go from here?
Oh, tomorrow wants to try. Tomorrow's gonna fucking try. Tomorrow's gonna put his hand in his little bag on his hip, pull out what looks like a large diamond. Swift Hollow, you might notice, no diamond, made of glass. Looks like it fits the socket. And with a little bit of twitch, the air around it shifts. With a little magic itself, infusing it with a bit of magic, illusionary magic, but magic nonetheless, to make things that detect magic detect it. So he's gonna try to, with a big grin on his face, tuck it into the hole.
As you put it in the hole, the diamond sits, the fake diamond in this case, non-magical diamond, laying off a soft, gentle light, nestles right in the hole, and then you touch it, and you see as your magic causes it to shift, giving it a magical appearance, you see there's almost like a response, as it almost changes the color against your own will, from a translucent diamond to a resplendent emerald.
Ooh.
And as the rock facets and fits, you see it falls right out back into your hand, and you can see this wall seem to very quietly, very subtly slide down the throat of this serpent until you find it leading downwards on a long, winding slope. No stairs, just a pathway.
Just
leading
a
down.
You
giant,
always do that.
giant grin on Tamar's face. So say there's not another key. As Tamar just sort of twists the diamond in his hand as he sort of pinches his fingers just enough to do a little bit of damage to it as it just pops into smoke.
Really?
Staring down, you'd see somewhat dim, dark hallway, though brightly lit by Samantha's halo. Seems like it leads further down to the path. Samantha, with your crazy vision, just seems like a long hallway with a few branching pathways to and fro, one to the north, one to the south, and then a door stopped right in front of you.
So we go.
Oh, you're a better locksmith than me. Although it does seem. How steep does this slide seem to be?
Seems to slide down about about 15 feet. Every step seems to be 5 feet forward, 5 feet forward, 5 feet forward until you're on ground flush level.
Yeah, it's with how like puts a tentative step on it. How slippery does it seem with her, even with her, I suppose, traction like boots?
Give me a perception check real quick, as you're testing it. With your boots, you got some good old boots on, but give it a shot.
Perception. Why?
It does seem like as you put your foot down, it does sort of catch a bit. You need a careful foot to walk down this thing. Seems like it's mostly meant for things to slither along, not to put human steps on.
I see. And then the incline seems gentle enough that yeah, it's possible to walk up. You just gotta take it slow.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, if you mess up at some point, you're just gonna slide all the way down.
You'd also think if you were running down this thing, up or down, you'd probably slip and fall pretty easily. Taking a nice gentle stride, be fine.
Watch your
As you're
step.
walking down the gullet of a snake.
Yeah. Watch your step.
There she goes.
Yeah, you see
Alright.
Swift Hollow take cautious steps forward.
I
Just slide
teleport to
down.
the end of it.
Purse is just gonna hover over the ramp.
Yeah, like
Go
sit
down.
down and just slide down.
Bowling
gonna
ball your
avoid
way
it.
down.
I see Corwin slide down it. I just kind of look around as I just take my shield, and then I sit on the shield as I go down on the shield like a sled.
You go down, you spin a little bit as you go, Cooler, until the metal
As you hear,
grinds.
wee.
As you make your way down, inching your way down the hallway. Samantha, roll me some initiative! As you walk down the hallway, and your bright,
Yay!
resplendent light gives way to your presence.
Mm-hmm.
As looking forward to the north. Let's see. Oh, how far away are you? How far away are you? Oh, hold on. Oh, God, why isn't it working? Oh, shit, yeah. As you're making your way down. For you, Softala, you'd feel the almost strange tingle, that sensation, danger's approaching. The rest of you, I guess, actually, Timurcon, maybe aware? Maybe seeing Swifthollow react, you might have a reaction.
Yeah, as you see
But-
Swift Hollow passes towards, as she walks forward, she can kind of see Samantha's light pour somewhere into a hallway. But as she keeps walking forward and she looks down it, she seems to just freeze in place as her hands instinctively go towards her daggers.
As you would walk around the corner, and you'd see action. Let's see, Temercon, Izael, and Quildor, you'd feel that buzz in your head. Swift Hollow, you'd feel that instinct kicking in. But in this moment, the sound of creatures taking action, watching you as your illuminated self announces itself, Samantha, you'd see sitting atop this large pedestal, standing above this pool of brimming, bubbling acid, is a tall, hunched creature, covered in scales, wielding what looks to be a large bow across its body, looking around in anticipation until you step into place. A Yuan-Ti that you've probably never seen in person. Yuan-Ti that desperately strive to reach their gods, go through all sorts of horrid rituals, even cannibalize their own kind, becoming true monsters in their own self, in order to reach your power, but something bestowed with a great amount of dark, abyssal energy. A creature known as an abomination. Standing twice the height of a normal man, its whole body seems to be like a malison, but not a hint of humanity left save for some of its shape. Its lower body, a long, winding, powerful tail. And in this moment, the eyes of this room, some even now seeing peeked around corners, readied, have weapons drawn, and ready to strike. As the sound of a gong rings through this place, Samantha, Persephone, and Corin, the sudden shock of combat will surprise you this round. As we're going to put on some horror music.
Oh. Jiffy, jiffy, jiffy.
So it's only 30 feet, right?
Jiffy, jiffy, jiffy.
Yeah.
It's
Or
within
30
30
feet
feet
from
of each
another
other.
friend.
Yeah, from a buddy.
That's right, from
So you-
another
so it
friend.
networks from each
That's
other.
Right. It was not from. Yeah. Okay. I see
Yeah, we're
where
all
it's
good.
from.
Alrighty.
My bad.
In the bond line. Big old line of friendship.
The Bondo line.
Where did it sound like the gong was coming from?
The gong seems like it's coming from where Samantha's standing, possibly to the northern end.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah, Swift Hollow will use her reaction to quickly dash forward. What's the danger? Because she doesn't perceive any danger for now, but
But you feel it.
she feels it. Yeah. She will use her reaction to move half her speed.
Let's see. Ooh. Initiative. Oh, that's not right. And okay. Sort you real quick. Nice. 2, 3. Oh, that's perfect. Is that perfect? Yeah, it is.
Like, can you move forward if you can't use your reaction? What's your surprise?
So you can't move or anything. Sotolo has a boon, basically, like at the first
I-
round of combat, he can use his reaction to basically go, oh, combat's going, I can move. Essentially, start descending.
Like,
Swift
you
Hollow
All right.
can't
is
use your
prepared.
reaction.
She's an assassin. You can't
But-
Yeah,
outfox
she
the
can't be
assassin.
surprised. She's
Yeah,
not-
he's
I
got
literally,
alert.
I
Oh, you
cannot
can't be surprised. Okay, then.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
basically,
I was looking for.
it's basically super alert. That was his starting boon.
Yeah, that's my starting boon. So I was like, Swithall is an assassin. And to beat an assassin, you have to be an assassin. But you can't out assassin the true assassin. That's Swithall. So yeah,
That's
can't
alright.
be surprised. Other assassins can't get advantage against
There
me.
we go. That's right. You got messed up. There we are. Perfect. Okay, that should be good. Awesome. As it comes to you, Swift Hollow, you dash around the corner, seeing this light illuminating and hearing the sounds, feeling the tension as the room before you, although lit with light, doesn't seem to give much way, save for maybe some sights of creatures to the horizon, shadowed images of serpent folk, a large pit. It looks like a cauldron of sorts bubbling, and then before that, a glowing, bubbling pool of green ichor.
Takes in. Oh, this is a whole ass ritual. Holy shit. As Swithall takes in the room for a moment. Does there seem to be a leader?
It seems like among them, oh, you can't quite see it. The shadows are only reaching so far. You can hear this terrible grinding of a large mass slithering to the north here, 15 feet above you. Above this looks like a large fountain. There's like something of like an outcropping, almost like a patio of sorts, like sticking out from the wall. And there's this large shadowy shape. Sounds like it's gathering a weapon, hearing the creaking of some sort of string, possibly that of a bow. But you actually can't see him.
What does this guy look like?
Big guy?
Oh,
Oh, that
big.
guy? You
Yeah,
see
this
next to
guy.
you something familiar face. Not so much a greasy Tony as before, but instead, it looks like one of these, like, thin, lanky Malisons with long serpents for arms, but you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on each arm. Entire bundles, bouquets of serpents running down from their shoulders. Their faces seem to be painted with what looks like both blood and strange dark ichors and inks.
20, 25,
Swithall leaves. She just leaves.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
25,
Come on,
Oh, this is
Marton, it's
right.
the orgy that you've been looking for.
18. I think daggers are
True.
20, right?
20 feet.
Nice. Yeah. As I bet this guy didn't expect some shadowy figure to just run around the corner.
It seems like
Yeah,
he's getting
2
himself
daggers.
ready, but you'd see you coming through the light.
Yeah. Caught off guard, whole hog. Yeah. 2 daggers coming out at this guy.
Alrighty.
Ooh, wow. 23.
Ooh, as 23 will connect as those
Yeah, I
blades.
forgot that I don't take off my poison.
Shake off that poison.
Take it off, take it off, shake it off.
That's how much would that be? 5 off, so 20 plus 10. Doing, ooh, 30 damage. As these blades stick it to his side, you see him lurch forward as a couple of the snakes immediately reach out and try to pull the blades away. And although he lurches forward in pain, it seems like he is still actually, come on, still actually on his feet. A hearty blow, but still much life left in him.
Took it in stride, and then seeing as how the room continues, Swithall is morbidly curious now. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Alright.
As you see a large serpent boy sitting on top of a pedestal looking down at you.
Interesting. As Swithall will use a cunning action to dash.
Alrighty.
As I think... Yeah, let me go retrace my movement real quick. 20... 25... That's like 27. Sorry! $30... Ah, I can make it back. Yeah.
Okay. As you shoot
That's
you
what
shoot your shot and you run the fuck away.
Yep. As yeah,
Mobile
in
in
a
your
flash,
nature. Yeah.
quite literally. How many feet did I move? But thanks to her new armor, with her super powered steps, as I had like 90 feet of movement
Yeah.
with a dash action.
With your mobile nature, able to slip past your allies in any difficult terrain without being slowed down.
6.
Because you're dashing.
8 Yantis and 1 very big leader one. It's the same as Smith Hollow goes from addressing the group to looking at Persephone. I think this is the same Ichor room that you're familiar found.
Sounds like it.
She nods. We could try to choke point them here, but I don't think they'll even come out of that room.
As that's your turn, Subtile.
That is my turn.
Go to the corner.
Smith
Have a
Hollow
long ass
ponders-
conversation.
Smith Hollow talks quickly and also ponders to herself.
That's Temarcon down the hallway. You can see Samantha's light lighting up the tunnel, and then you hear that gong from the north. Subtile comes around the corner, comes around, and you see that in that moment she says, Yanti, 8 of them. Big one in there.
Samara just starts to slowly sort of walk down the little hallway here, sliding down a little bit, and she gets about here. And my friends, shall we show them what we have? I'm quite excited about this. And let the blessing of races be with us. As Tamar is going to call upon a greater blessing, one he hasn't called on for a little while now. As just gonna spread it out towards the 3 allies in front of him. Little blesso on Quildor, Corin, and Persephone. As his body starts to shift. As he's just gonna shift. Just a normal shift. As the hair on his
Alright.
body starts to grow strangely long, being more resilient. But that's it. That's all. Stops where he is. I will be right
Okay.
behind. Do not wait up for me.
Gotta roll you. Get me on there again. There we go.
There's too many people in the way.
Dang hallways, baby. Dance have dungeons.
Started so far
Let's
away.
see. As
You
magic
gotta get
taking
yourself
hold.
the mobile feet. And you'll get like 50 foot.
Samantha, the moment you come around the corner, you see these creatures drawing arms and immediately lurching towards you. Caught off guard by their sudden approach, you are surprised this round. You still talk, though. You want to say anything?
Oh, I didn't think I was surprised. I was just going down here trying to initiate.
Oh, you're
a fight.
surprised, baby. You walk around and everyone's coming at you at the corner. Because they see your fucking flashlight coming down the hallway. Hey, the light's coming on there. What's going on down there, y'all? I think it's the invaders.
Say lovey.
You say, c'est la vie. As the far north. These creatures bending magic in their hands. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they're gonna. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. There we are. Oh, God. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Perfection. Intruders in this place. Cornered now, it seems. Into the ascent they'll dip. Stronger they'll become. Sound the abyssal gong. As you see them waving their hands together in the distance, Samantha, these 2 creatures holding out magic, weaving it in their palms. One of them trying to extend it out towards, going right towards you. As the ground around you begins to shift, the tiles beneath your floor coming up around your feet as it looks like these strange vines, almost like serpents, rising up around you. As centered on you will be a square of writhing tendrils. Give me a strength saving throw.
You can add a
Ooh,
little
unfortunately.
D4 on there,
You
although.
certainly can.
Although with a 10, I don't know.
Let's see. Oh, God, these freaking thingies. There they are. Green. Bah.
I can only do that
There
once,
we are.
right?
Once per turn.
Once per turn.
So like once per this guy's turn, and then the next guy you can get another one. Hey!
All right, 14. Oh, just as you're pulling away in that last moment, realizing what's going on, they catch onto you, hold you still, and you are latched as you are restrained by these writhing things. Oh, Esfaltal as well, beneath your feet.
I was
I'm
about
gonna need
to
a
ask
strength
too.
saving throw. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if you get it.
I also do have advantage. No!
I don't think a D4 is gonna help you on that one.
As just
Yeah, I
around
don't
you
think
two,
anybody's
as you're
gonna help me.
turning to talk to your allies, one in the situation and ponder, you see the ground beneath you suddenly shift. Out of focus, with these creatures out of your line of sight, immediately caught off guard for this moment, and restrained as well beneath this magic. Let's see. Yeah. And from its distance, this other creature in the corner aims up its hands, clapping them together as eldritch energy crackles over its hands, and two buzzing, winding serpents come shooting down this hallway. Coming right at you, Samantha. Two very familiar spells, Eldritch Blasts, being launched at you. 26.
They do have advantage.
And that's true. And boo! 26 still, and the next shot coming at you. Boo! 26 again, doing 10 and 14 damage. Poof, poof. As their turn ends there, you can hear these serpents ring the gong, sound its power. Soon a new great power shall rise. As from above, this large creature takes this bow in hand, strings an arrow. You down there, held in place by this power, you seem a serpent of our god. What intruders we have? Tell me, will you kneel and serve before your greaters? Or will you die where you stand? Calling on to you, Samantha.
I give him the middle finger.
It does not know its place very well. As two arrows come flying in your direction. First shot. Catching right in the chest. Doing 9. No poison damage, though. Fortunately saved from the Iker. But it does sink in true as another shot comes flying. 27. Stabbing into your body. And as it dives in, you can feel the sudden surge as the arrow twists and turns and dives even deeper. As with this horrible prayer to take you down, this creature grants itself an automatic crit on that damage roll.
Woo.
On extra 1d8 plus, I think the poison doesn't matter. Do an extra 8 piercing damage for a total of 16.
2d8.
Yeah.
Oh, 2d8, that's right. An extra 19 damage. As his turn comes to an end, he takes another pair of arrows and lines up, smiling wickedly across his face. As, ooh, all right. You can see just north of you some, no, can you see? I think a little too shift past the corner. I guess you'd see now. You hear this clamoring sound as you'd see these creatures, these Malisons, pulling themselves up over the ledge of this pool, stopping themselves for a moment, and then stealing, and then falling into the acid. As their bodies begin to writhe and turn, you can see it pouring up their form, pulling away scales as they do. And deeper within this room, you hear this long, striking sound again. Boom, boom, boom. And the way this sound, this obvious gong, begins to echo down this chamber, this sickening feeling fills you for a moment, as this sound almost seems like words, gargled and horrible, distorted by the metal, but clear. This metal, whatever it looks like, is riveted with magic, and it seems to be humming, almost singing in abyssal. As, wow, awesome. These creatures here pull themselves into the pit as well, slithering into their body, slithering into the acid itself. As they seem to be writhing in pain, letting this horrible ichor completely consume them. As it will take a little bit for it to get eaten, but they're being burned alive. Oh boy. As back here, these creatures hold out their hands, conjuring magic, awaiting. You can see them casting spells, but their fingers seem to curl around the magic itself and hold it in place, ready to go. As down here, holy moly, y'all. These creatures begin to step forward. Let none pass. Let none disturb the ritual until it is complete. As you can see, these creatures waiting around the corner, Samantha, just at the edge of your vision. But you can hear the sound of serpents hissing loudly on either side. As, yep, Corin just outside of Temercon's magic range. Also surprised. Crueldor.
Except as,
Ooh?
without even thinking, Corn's hair just kind of
Oh!
flares up in heat as just gonna go into feral instinct as I go straight into my rage. And
Yeah,
just
boy!
instinctively run underneath Persephone. As I'm running underneath Persephone, you just kind of hear Corn yell outside Persephone as you take some fire damage. There you go.
Ouch,
Party death
ouch,
to you.
ouch, ouch. Oof.
As you find writhing serpent-like vines reaching out from the ground, grasping onto Swift Hollow and Samantha, holding them in place.
Does it try to hold me as I run?
Nope,
through?
it seems like as you step on, it seems like it's only when these things flash out of the ground that they got a good hold. Walking in here, it's just difficult terrain.
So I move half my speed as I enter a rage, and then 25. I think that's like 30 feet. So I guess I'll dash, so that would be another 10 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think.
All right, and as you do, you can see waiting on either side, writhing serpents come bashing out against either side of you, each one only getting one attack. But you do see as they wave their arms, almost like they're trying to hug you with them, these winding, I guess, like tendrils, snakes coming to bite up, down, all around you, trying to clasp onto you. And at this point, with how many there are trying to grab you, there's dozens coming from all sides. As you got some coming from the left. But 16.
That's all it.
As teeth come biting into your body, trying to pierce in, you are resistant, though, both thanks to your anger, as well as your resistant nature as a tough little boy to both poison and now the piercing damage. Just the other side, more snake arms coming at you. Ooh, although these don't seem to quite land.
As that will be my turn. Yeah.
Alrighty. As Quildor, having slid down on this thing, finding your footing, you sounds like combat is popping off inside this dungeon. You see the ground before you in front of Samantha and Swift Hollow has been now, I guess, illuminated with her magic, basically writhing up, trying to catch at their feet. Corn's able to rip right through. What do you do?
10. Persephone up in the air?
No, she's just like hovering on ground level.
It's gonna be 25. And is this still difficult terrain?
I'd say so. Starting to step into it. Yep.
Do I want to die? Oh, I could die. Do I want to die? Yeah, I'm gonna die. As I
That's
will use
spirit.
my action to dash. Just leave me
Which,
with-
fortunately, as a mobile boy, makes you ignore difficult terrain.
Hey!
Oh, good! Although it's still difficult terrain because I gotta walk through these truckers.
I mean, difficult
What
terrain
is
is
it?
difficult terrain.
Oh, good.
Your friends
Oh,
offer difficult terrain, the
perfect.
ground's difficult terrain, so you're just bashing through them.
5, 10, 15, 20,
Fuck
25,
out the way.
30, 35, 40.
Bashing on out, and now vision catching hold on this room. You can see creatures bathing and burning in an acid pool. Otherwise, others seeming to hold on to some magic. And as you enter there, Quildor, you can see two winding serpents of this terrible blackened, almost dark, almost blackened green mist come flying in your direction. As I'm gonna need 2 con saves from you and Corin.
Alright, Constitution save throw.
Ooh,
No advantage. I don't think advantage.
You do have
You do.
hashtag bless and hashtag friendship.
you'd also be advantaged because you drank some syrup. It seems like this thing's nasty and
Oh.
poisoned.
It's what's painful.
Oh, and there's the blast, so 30.
Mm-hmm. Don't think you'll
And
need any
second
more than that.
one,
Ooh,
we'll do
pretty
both on
good.
that.
Let you, Corin.
20. 22.
Give me them saves.
We missing a nick?
Uh-oh.
Yep.
There we go.
Uh,
All right, and give me one more. All right, as both of you toughened and resilient, these 2 serpents come swimming around you, almost like they're gonna bite into your body. They swish and swirl around you. Familiar to some of you, having watched Samantha cast this spell before, and watching it erupt as these things explode into 2 puffs of noxious gas. As you're gonna take 2 Ooh, 4th level Venom Blast. Taking 28 divided by 2 is 14. Divided by 2 is 7 poison damage, because you're resisting, little boys. And look at that. 23 divided by 2 is 11. Divided by 2 would be 6. No, 5. 5 poison damage. As you guys are able to withstand these 2 buffets of powerful poisonous damage.
Is this the gong?
Look, which one?
What is this thing?
That looks like a gong.
Perfect. Bonus action.
Hey.
Still got 5 feet of movement as I will. So I spell this. I will Misty Step to there, as I will walk up to this guy.
All
or
right.
is this a slide thing?
It looks like a ramp, but it doesn't look like it's super slippery.
Okay. Well, then I would just move 5 feet forward, then Misty Step there, because I don't trust ramps.
All right.
As that'll be my turn. That's my action, bonus action. Yep.
Alrighty, as Persephone, caught unaware, suddenly it sounds like combat's popping off and your allies are dashing all around you. Holy shit, what's going on? Isael slides down carefully. Ugh. Must move. As he will rush forward. Actually, oh man, okay. As he's gonna try and run past you, it's about as far as he can make it though, Persephone, with his speed. Let's see. Doesn't got a whole lot he can do here. And to see him hold on to some magic. Yonti, more of them. Magic at hand. As he claps his there, and you see some eldritch sparkling energy form between his hands. A winding serpent of light that he seems to catch hold of and keep in his palm. And he's going to hold on to some magic there. As Swift Hollow comes back to you, you are restrained in some vines next to Samantha.
What is it to get out?
Strength check, I think. Just literally using your full raw baby power.
Swift
Raw
Hollow.
baby power.
My raw baby power. Swift Hollow uses her raw baby power. For the purpose of escape artist, is this escaping a grapple or is this escaping
You're restrained, so you can probably escape it with your little thingy. Give you advantage on it.
My little thingy,
You're
using my bonus action, my cunning action, Swift Hollow tries to break out. Hiya! Fuck.
You got a bond! You got a bond!
Plus D4.
You got a bond! Oh, as you wrench and pull, you see these things starting to pull up and rip off from the ground with some guided newfound strength, but not quite enough to break out.
Oh no! Okay, then that was my main action. I'll try to break out too.
Okay.
Alright, come on, high roll. Big double, no whammies. Hot dog.
Oh,
That's
as you
14
pull,
enough.
almost getting through, but not quite enough.
Dang. Struggle. Ah. Nice magic.
I'm sorry, I only have one friendship to give a turn.
Unfortunate, I could only call upon our friendship once per turn. I almost feel like there could be... yeah. It's Swifty's turn.
Alrighty. As Demonarchon, allies held in place. Some of them rushing around the corner to fight. They're not coming back yet.
Oh man.
What's up?
Yes. Tamar's just gonna start rushing on ahead. Yes. Let's see. 25, 35, 45. Getting here. Man, it really does not. No, that actually works. As he gets here, he is going to, right before he steps on these strange tendrils that are reaching up out of the ground, just lifting himself and shooting into the air as a bonus action, little step of the wind, as launching himself forward, doubling that jump up, and just launching himself straight upwards first, and then outwards on his second jump, and just landing on the far side. I guess I'm landing in difficult terrain, so little
You have to make a
little
DC 10 acrobatic
little
check.
acrobatic checks I cannot
I think you
fail.
fail it.
As I'm just kicking away at these strange tendrils as just a step of a tiny little toe, and the wind picks up again, launching myself up in the air, and then launching myself forward this time, landing outside of the crap. Let's see, that was another 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. So I got a little bit more movement left. As he is going to, once again, just bounding through these halls, once again, launching himself upwards and over Korn's head, landing right here with the last of his little bit of movement as he just swings out, bar in hand, seeing these strange tendril monsters accosting Korin, as strike out with the bar, just scraping across the wall behind them. It's bashing him in the head, extending out 10-foot range. Bop on the right one. 20 to hit. Seem good.
20 will connect. On the right one, you said?
Yeah, on the right one. Bop him in the side. Sending some key ricocheting down that bar. Trying to disrupt his nervous system, see if I can stun him.
As you hit him in the side of the head, you see his head twitch, and you feel a massive amount of weight against your bar. This thing is pretty hardy, but let's see how he stands up.
Hey,
14?
disrupting his nervous system.
As although he's hardy, he doesn't seem to move anymore. Stuck in place.
As the 30 will hit the other guy with my little horde breaker.
Absolutely.
Bopping in for 10, and another stunning boy.
All right. But.
Is that my DC 16? DC 16, get fucked.
All right. Bang, bang, knocking him hold in place.
As last little strike, I'm just going to bring a foot back as I pull the bar back in defensive position and just kick this guy in the side of the head. The last guy that I just struck. Just a little, add a little bit more insult to injury here. A little 10 more damages at the side of his dome, as Tamara will just wheel his bar up in defensive stance, defending Korin, although he doubts Korin actually needs it. But, yeah, defend himself as he stands. This is a good nice little party. Even have a hot tub. That's the one.
Alrighty, as Samantha finally getting your bearings, the ground rises up and catches around you. Your allies are rushing past you. Held in place, what do you do?
Your voice
Just
isn't
sort of,
coming
I
through.
got it. Just sort of lock eyes with the fucking idiot at the top of this pedestal, thinking he knows everything, thinking he understands the situation that he's in, thinking he knows who the fuck he's fucking with, and reach into his mind and whisper just behind his ear, "You really think you're in control, don't you? You think you understand what you've done, the pain you've caused. You think it's worth it. You're getting closer. You are so very wrong. Feel that doubt and feel the pain you've caused." As I am going to try to reach into his mind from over here and sow doubt and make him feel guilt, as I'm going to cast some Enemies Abound upon him, breaking his mind.
Alrighty. Let's see. Trying to catch onto his brain. See how strong his brain is. Wisdom save. Post that spell card for me again.
It's an int save, baby.
Post that spell card for me again. Save. Ooh, all right. As the magic washes over its mind, his eyes fill up with, it looks like a moment of expression. As he blinks, and then, filthy. Filthy lowbloods, all of them. All of them. As he starts looking around at all the creatures below him.
The large one's mind is a bit confused. Let him cut down his allies before we cut him down as well. They reach up and pull an arrow out of my shoulder, and we'll also go for a potion and drink that as a bonus action.
Okay.
I have greater healings. Those are 44 plus 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
11. That's it for me.
All right. As these creatures see these new interlopers, new creatures entering the fray. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Do. Invading there. Keep them in one place. There'll be food for it soon. As, yeah, these creatures will start to step forward, getting to the edges of this area, finding themselves pulling away, actually, from the pool as these other creatures start to sink and drown inside. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah.
No.
You see, with their hands formed now, they clap together, and again, another ethereal serpent comes running around their hands, made of this dark, misty poison. As they again will fire, these guys at least this time, will fire a shot back at Korn, centered on him, getting both Temerkon and Korn within explosions of, I guess, really noxious poisonous gas.
No.
As these things are casting spells, I'm going to need you guys both give me con saves against poison.
Advantage. Nice.
Oh, yeah. As these two blasts come flying out. Whoop, that's not right. Let me
Oh, I
get
guess
you
we
there
both
again.
need 2 saves, right?
Oh, God. Yep, each one gets 2. Where'd you go? There you are.
Hey, 19.
Oh, no, you broke it. That's okay. That's okay, baby. Oh, God. Come on. Don't break on me, baby. I need you. Daddy needs you tonight.
Venom blast.
We're doing combat.
Getting venom blasted.
There you go. We'll just do it this way. 66 on the first one. You guys would take half of that, be 12, half of that. For succeeding, half for resistance, you take 6 poison damage. And then 21, just like before, taking 5.
11 total.
11 in total. Fortunately, not succumbing to the venom within.
Eating away at that temporary hit points, but to my count, it's okay.
Alrighty.
That smells very good.
Alrighty, he has been brained. As Big Brain Boy, sitting up on his pedestal, lining up his arrows, suddenly looks around him and sees all of these creatures dancing around on the ground.
4, 5, 6, 7,
Lower life forms. Let's see, we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 he can see. And 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna go top to bottom, left to right.
We got like a 2/3 chance of hitting a body. Maybe better than that.
First shot coming out, 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, going right down at Korin.
Uh-oh. Got some
As
cover?
an arrow
Yeah,
comes
got some
flying. Yep, you're tall, he's short, you get half cover.
cover. Got my bar out defending him, see if I can deflect it out of the way as it comes on through.
19. I think 16 plus half cover is 18.
Yeah, it's +2.
As it goes right past your bar and sinks right down to you, Korin. He's got to make another roll. Let's see.
I didn't call it, I thought he was shooting at me.
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, goes right down at this creature in the pool. Shooting down and stabbing him in the body. Let's see how much he does. Oh, gets him. Gets him right through the back as this thing lurches down in the acid, watching the arrow melt away. But he's still alive, burning away inside this acid. Sacrifices. All of you. Let your blood spill. Let it turn. Let greatness rise from your remains. Witness it now. As these creatures are burning and melting inside until their bodies just seem to fall away. So they sink to the bottom, and the one next to you, Kuldor, holds onto this large malleted hammer, seeing you approach. He's about ready to swing at the gong. And then he just turns and swings at the metal. Boom! The sound loud in your ear as it rings out through the entire temple as he bangs on it again with reckless abandon. As these creatures, too, sink and fall into the liquid. That's the map layer. We don't want to do that.
Make 2 more con check.
I mean, you could.
This is
And you see the liquid bubble and boil. all of these creatures falling and sinking, and then this large bubble seems to pop out and roil from the depths of this place, and then rising with a splash. A large arm, about 10 feet in length, crashes down onto the stonework, dripping with acid. Another arm, and this long, winding serpent head rising from within, followed by another and another and another. As from within the depths of this pool, rising out, is this horrible-looking monstrosity, standing well over 15 feet in height. Much like the creature on the pedestal, although its eyes seem almost mindless, many-headed, dripping with this acid, as it comes reaching and dragging itself from this pool, pulling itself across the ground now. Holding itself, even knocking over this cauldron, spilling what looks to be ashes and embers and strange liquid of looks like melted flesh upon the ground as it looks down upon you here, Tamarkan. As you hear a multitude of voices speaking at once.
We are one, pray to be fed, a living god born once again.
As a tail comes whipping out in your direction, my friend. Trying to wrap around you.
Something! Trying to grapple me?
He's trying to hit you with his tail, like whip into your side with this massive, long, 15-foot long tail.
As Tamar's gonna just wrench his body, his arms come together, and cling! As mist is just going to explode out of the right side of his body towards where this tail is going, as his body just dissipates into the midst of it. Get a little disadvantage. Oh, gilded guard.
Alrighty. Oop, good thing it's GM layer. Holy moly. GM layer attack. Ooh, 21.
Ooh, not enough, as just dissipates through the mist. But as it once goes through, Tamar swings the bar down and just slams down on the end of this tail. That's because I'm in my little defensive stance. If they miss me, I can pop back at them. Swinging down with my bar. 30 to hit. Crunching down to that tail.
Will connect.
As I'm gonna test its defenses a little bit. I'm gonna see how well it holds up. We'll do a study strike. Do the
as you smash into its tail, incredibly hardy, but let's see. Let's see how well you do against this thing. Is that right? Yeah, that is right. Oh, alrighty. No, that's not right. And he tries to resist it. Ooh.
Yeah.
This thing's so magically charged. It comes reaching forward, and you can see as its claws dig into the ground. The moment its tail misses and you smack it, it almost seems like its body doesn't seem to care. Like, almost each part of it's its own weird, constructed living thing, forged from the melted flesh of all these other creatures. You see all these heads coming together as its mouth begins to move. As it seems to be casting some magic.
Yeah, as I strike down his tail, the mist dissipates, and I'm just left there, wide-eyed, looking up at it.
All right.
No.
You just casting it at base level?
Seeing this thing's power, and would I recognize this thing at first glance?
This thing? It looks like a Yuan-Ti. Whatever this is fucking new. This thing is just, you've seen how they mutate themselves, how they tear themselves away and make these horrible abominations. This is them literally melting themselves together into a whole new thing.
Yeah, so not something I've seen before. He can eat a 5th level counterspell.
All right, as the magic, you see this ball of light building up in one of these mouths and then eventually fade away. As that's all it does, it stinks itself in the ground.
Turn around. Thank you!
Let's see. These creatures here. Were they? No, they weren't. Yeah. Yeah, see their new leaders slithering forward. These creatures in the back begin to slither themselves closer as well. Lurching. Can you make it there? You can! Look at you, baby. And you make it here.
They've come at last. Our new god risen. We too shall rise, piece by piece, sacrifice by sacrifice. Is that what you fear, mortals? Do you feel the weight of its terror weighing down upon you?
As it's seeing you resist that, this creature is aiming its sights at you, Tamarcon, and you see it exhale and smoke, basically puff out from its breath, and then recoil around you, around your face, around your mind, as I'm going to need an intelligence saving throw.
Not the brain.
Well, I'm not very good at those. 10.
Ooh.
Get some
As
D4s, don't you?
you had some bless on?
Get a D4, I get 11.
All right, didn't bless. Oh yeah, cool. As you feel that smoke go into your mind, and you're trying to understand what's happening, what it's even saying to you, and then you blink, and around this thing's body, you see this visible shadow rising, serpent heads rising and falling, and even among them, some strange faces. Some of them open up within the shadows. You see, it looks like cuts of harried creatures, like apes, like primates, but their faces are racked with anger and terror, their teeth elongated like fangs. More of your kin, it almost seems like, in this strange shadowy face, but mutated by the same magic touched by these creatures, and you feel this deep well of fear build up inside you, and your mind immediately starts to vibrate and almost break, as it seems like a nightmare has been invoked within you. You take 17 psychic damage, and you are afraid of this vision that surrounds this creature.
Oof. Seems like the hair, he grows old as his hair falls out as he takes 11 to his actual body. Not easy.
As up to you, Quildor, this creature looks up at you on the pedestal.
So brave to charge in, so brave behind that armor. But before the gods that live and walk this place, before the terrors that await you, where is your bravery then?
As give me an intelligence saving throw. Oh. You got some bless on you?
19.
And a mind stands up against us. How do you resist this thing's fearful attempts? You see visions appearing around it to scare you. How do you resist it?
As it starts, I can almost feel its eyes trying to burn into me as it's giving this speech, as I just quickly turn my head and stare right at it. I have seen the darkness of men. I have seen thousands of people slain in front of me. Your little pathetic snake does not scare me.
Alrighty. Now these creatures here, with their long serpent arms, standing dazed in place, unable to move. Corin, once surrounded by enemies, now watching them fall incapacitated. Your ally Tamarcon seemed to be racked with some sort of smoky magic that catches his eyes, forcing him to stare at this other creature down here. And now a massive serpent dragging itself from the acid. What do you do?
Oh, I should probably deal with the giant serpent, but I'll pat Tamarcon on the back. Don't worry, buddy, I got you. As I'm gonna run over towards this girl, bring up my shovel at her neck as I'm gonna try and put her down recklessly.
All right. Give me those reckless attacks. Ooh, as both of those with your little blessedy bless will connect, doing a hearty amount of damage, striking each blow into its side, doing a total of 26. Mamma mia. As it reels away from your attacks, clearly in pain, but still very much alive, although you have definitely wounded it heartily.
That's how I get it. As I kind of bellow my hair out a bit, as I will also just burn her a little bit.
You certainly do. She pulls against these, like, look at these pillars around her, about, like, 15 feet tall or so, maybe just slightly taller, with large flames burning on top and filling the room with light, as he backs up and bashes into one of them in pain.
Haran Big Boy, right?
Oh, you burned Big Boy? As two. Let's see how burned you get. As fire latches onto its body, seems to stick to some of the acid and fall away with it, as it doesn't take a whole lot of damage from that.
That will be my turn.
All right, Quildor, standing before this creature, beating on the gong, overcoming the magic of a creature that tried to take your mind, and your allies being beset by a massive snake. What do you do, buddy?
I just seem to kind of shift my weight slightly behind me as I will go into my Fighting Spirit. Give myself temporary hit points. As I'm going to cut this son of a bitch with the gong.
All right, give me those slices. Ooh, 19 will connect. Slicity slice, doing a good amount of damage. Nice. 29 will also connect, doing 12 damage. Nice. Last connect. Ooh, cutting into its body. See it lean immediately after that third strike, bashing against the railing on the side of this ramp. Seems like he is barely holding himself together, but still alive.
As I will action surge.
All right, pulling upon some power to rip through this creature. As you'll cut through, ooh, that one strike will take him to his knee, and then the last one, possibly. As, how do you want to kill this thing?
As I just hack and slash, not even carrying, no finesse, just straight up murdering him. Yep. As I will. This is 10 feet up. I technically jump, then I have to make a dexterity. Can I just jump on top of this chick?
Oh, you can try to fall on him. You just jump to fall 10 feet. You can, if you want to fall right on top of her, she's got to make a dexterity saving throw.
Do I have to make one as well?
No, you're basically just falling on top. Basically trying to crush her beneath your feet.
Yep.
Let's see. She's gonna try and get a dex save. DC 15. Apparently using the rule, y'all. Oh, as immediately she falls, as you actually land right on top of her, you will still take the 10 damage from falling, but you will take half of it. 26 damage. As you'll take 1 bludgeoning damage. You do fall prone on top of her, poof, but she takes 3 as well, as she is knocked prone beneath you.
As I will stand up, as I still have the movement to do so. As I will move to there, as I will stab at her.
You certainly can.
A little bless.
A little bless. That'll definitely connect. Almost seems like an instinct. She tries to rail up her defenses. Her body's covered in hardened scales, but you drive forward with the magical blessings of your friend Tamarkan and strike true. Stabbing into her, doing a hearty amount of damage. Stabbing her and pinning her to the ground and ripping it out.
Off me, you brute.
As that will be my turn.
Okay, as Persephone finally battle getting to you, realizing what's going on, seeing your friends trapped by vines. Sounds like the rest of them have been moving around the corner, ready to go.
Persephone is going to bring herself up just by 5 feet, and seeing Samantha and Swift Hollow stuck in magic that she's probably very familiar with, she is going to cast Dispel Magic on the Entangle.
All right, easily enough. The ground pulling away, ripping away the serpentous vines, and freeing your friends.
That should make it easier to move, I hope. And I'm going to need to see. Oh gosh. All right, 20, 30. Oh my god, why is this hallway so fucking long?
Yeah, that's why I had to
That's what she
dash to
said.
get back here. I had to burn a bunch of movement to move up and then a bunch of movement to get back.
Mm-hmm.
It's a testament to how fast Swift Hollow is. You see her
Yeah.
one moment, and she's back
Okay, well
another.
this is about as far as Persephone can get. Thankfully, she's hovering 5 feet above, so y'all can have fun. That's my turn.
Alrighty. As Ezio, seeing that this thing has dispersed, will rush forward, brushing past his allies who are now freed. Oh god, he can only make it about there. Let's see, it's, oh god, 5, 15, 25. Oh god, he can only make it there. Woof. Brushing past his allies here. His magic in hand, although there is a Persephone somewhat in the way a little bit. 5 feet up, no, mostly. Still someone, well, Tamarkan in the way. Seeing this large, winding thing.
Blasphemous. Blasphemous, this thing is. Send it back where it came from.
As again, that crackling, sparkling, radiant magic in his hand begins to compile and compress. As he is going to try and contain, conceal, and fire a bolt of radiant light directly at the bad boy. A little bit of cover, but I believe in you. I believe in you. Let's see. But no, you got that.
Quill, you would
Nope,
have gotten
there
on
we
those
are.
D4s. You're too far away from our friendship.
I don't think he even has friendship with you guys.
No, Quildor. Same for
Oh,
his last
gotcha.
name.
Yeah.
Doesn't make a difference, but still would have been a
Still didn't
19.
matter.
19.
We still would have hit. As he's going to fire this blast. There we are. Okay. Pooh! Ooh! This winding, glittering serpent shoots over under your feet, Persephone, over your head, Tamarkan, and strikes hard into this massive creature, knocking it back for
Good
a moment as it does
job.
a hearty amount of damage.
Damn.
And as it gets hit, you can see winding serpents like sparks of lightning, but living and writhing, run across its body, as it seems to be glittering brightly and held in place for just a moment, allowing the next person a greater strike on this creature. We'll do a little sparky spark. We'll do target on it. There we go. That's as far as he can make it. Ugh. See if that other expendage of magic has gotten to him. As Swift Hollow, free from your confines, but the hallway is still filled. What do you do?
Hollow will. Now, is it really that super filled?
I just got like 3 people in front of you. Unless you're some mobile guy who can dash or something.
Yeah, no, crazy. 'Cause yeah, Swift Hollow will use her cunning action. She will dash. Realizing, thinking to herself, oh, these people aren't very fast, as she slips, slides, dips, and dives. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Flanked! These guys are stunned?
Yeah.
Certainly.
Oh yeah. Daggers ready. Shinking the one she already shinked before. To her left. To the left! Also,
Alright.
that thing is massive, holy fucking shit.
Stabbing the dude on the left of
29.
you. Doing... Ooh, yeah, the 29 definitely connects. Stabbing into its side, doing a good amount of damage as this thing almost gets knocked off its feet. But still alive. Actually, that's 20. There we are.
Oh, Kolo is doing that. Corrin's facing off. These guys are stunned. The stunned end at the start of Tamarkon's
The
turn.
end of
If I stay
Tamarkon's
here, they're
turn.
gonna get unstunned and then they can attack
At the
me.
end of Tamarkon's turns. He's coming up next. Seems like they're getting ready to break out unless Tamarkon puts another little bit of spice on them.
With Hollow will. I guess she'll go up and then around. Freeing up space. Letting old half plate boy get some action in.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Anything else you want to do?
Yeah. That's a brazier, isn't it? Not a pillar.
It looks like a tall, like 15, just over 15-foot pillar with a flame on top. Made of stone.
Could it possibly give me cover against this thing?
If you hide right behind it, maybe.
Okay.
Unless it does have long arms. It does have long arms that could just probably reach around and grab you, but
But, you know,
if it's shooting
they tried
stuff
to
at you,
shoot
cover.
something.
Yeah, shooting stuff, cover. Absolutely.
So I'll take cover. Whoosh. That's with Hollow's turn.
All right.
Should also
As-
still be in friend range. So.
As Tamarkan, these creatures barely, or I guess just coming out of their stupor, this thing just try to whap out at you, and right now you are currently staring down this creature, I guess just its head above Corrin, terrified.
Okay. That's just pretend that's not the funny bit.
As Tamar is just going to turn back around, feeling the presence of this, and just close my eyes and pretend like it's not there. As Tamar is going to close his eyes and just extend his presence all around himself. Something he's been practicing for a while. And the 2 enemies beside him, he feels them quite clearly. As the bar comes spinning, trying to clock into them. Although, I feel like closing my eyes doesn't quite work against this, but it doesn't matter. Still attack normally because they're stunned.
Yep.
Oh, bap.
You actually probably would, because you can't see her, and I think your range of your thingy is not far enough.
Hey,
You're
nice.
trying to go for blindside? There you go.
Yeah, it's only 10 feet. So,
Mhm.
can't see her, but can still feel the presence of the enemies around me.
Yes, that'll
Get an
connect. Which one
18, hey.
Attacking with a left boy or left boy?
dude that's weakened that Swift Hollow just shanked as I just bring the bar clambering down on the back of his head, just trying to knock him the fuck out with a little bit of Death Strike to be added on to
All right.
15
And it
and total.
seems like he's almost knocked off his feet, but he's still standing just barely.
As the bar comes swinging back around, a little Horde Breaker crunching into the next 25.
That'll connect.
Ooh, 16. Him. This one sending some more ki ricketing through its body, trying to keep it held in place, though we can't hold this choke point. Stun strike.
16. There we go. As he's gonna try and resist it. Uh-oh. 1 second. Did I mess it up? Oh, that's not good. We're gonna pull you back real quick. Oh, where'd that mouse go? Oh, my screen went out. That's weird. Okay, we're gonna pull you over here and go ba 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 ba. There we go. Look at me. Buttons. Bah.
Oh, doesn't seem to
He's
work.
resisting.
Bringing up a fist as I start to walk away from this and just trying to pound this guy. Sort of knocked him uneasy, just trying to pound him down into the ground, just to end him, just send him into the hard ground itself.
Okay.
29 to hit, just pounding on the back of his head, sending him down to the ground. 8 damage.
Killing him or knock him unconscious?
I'm just gonna kill him. He looks like a crazy tentacle monster. It's
Cracking him
evil.
dead to the ground.
As he's going to slowly step back away from Giant Fear Boy. For 70, what's that? That one is gonna be waking up here, Charlie. As just going to step back a little ways, and then as a bonus action, just gonna wheel the bar up in front of himself. As he's actually going to step around this away and end up next to Big Boy. Just you and me, Big Boy. Shall we dance again? As he's like poking his head around to the other one and just closes his eyes shut as puts all his effort into his defenses. And so bonus action, little key, gonna do a little dodging.
All right.
That's it.
As the fear still swims within you, Tamarcon, do you try to resist it or do you just let it take over?
Oh, I fucking resist it. I don't want to be feared, scared.
Okay. Then give me that intelligence save.
I don't think 3's gonna do it.
Oh god.
It's fine.
As
It's fine.
you
Corey
try to
got
break
me.
it, try to break it. Oh, no, can't. No, I'm not going to think about it. And then you think about it, and then you feel your mind break again. As you will take another, let's say 16
Jesus.
psychic damage. As this thing is breaking down your psyche.
Ah! Gordon! I'm relying on you, my friend!
All right, Samantha, freed from your confines, your ally coming out and opening up this large creature for a strike. It seems like the path's still somewhat blocked, and your target's still conflicted and confused by magic. But what do you do?
Yeah, I am going to advance forward, sort of just biting, gripping my teeth and just trying to ignore any of the pain from my many wounds.
That dude is no longer stunned.
Yeah.
And seeing this guy sort of consciously existing. 3 of my
Look at you
snakes
over
are just
there.
gonna look to my right and concentrate a beam of yellow divine energy into a ball and just chuck it into his face as a bonus action. Where are you? There you are. 33 to hit,
Oh,
29
yeah.
radiant damage.
That'll definitely connect. As it blasts him in the face with this bolt of bright radiant energy. Mama. Doing a good amount of damage. And 4. He gets knocked back and you see his eyes fill with light before it seems like the rest of his flesh gets singed. The serpent's rolling up to kind of cover his eyes and see for him now.
Interesting. And what's the range on this? 1 second. I think it's touch. Oh, no, that's right. It's self, and then... Okay. Yeah. No problem. God, I really want to do this, even though everything I'm going to want to do this to is going to have a crazy con save.
Con saves!
Cool, that was like plus 10, so... Yeah, it's basically impossible. I will just... Eldritch Blast. Dude to my right twice, and... do we have any big advantages? Tamar's in melee. No. Yeah, just dude to my right twice, and then the dude in front once.
All right, dude to the right twice. Blast, blast. Give me them shots.
This time... Yeah, we'll just aim for power. That's fine. Bonk.
Oh, as that'll definitely connect.
Ooh,
Blasting
nice.
into his body.
And bonk.
As that one
This is going.
knocks him back, the second one goes flying over his shoulder.
As I'll use the first one to push him back 10 feet also.
Sure.
And then the dude in front with advantage.
Yes, sir.
Pew. 22.
That'll connect. Doing 25 damage.
And where is... I will not push him.
Okay.
Good. That's it.
Alrighty, this creature on the
Oh.
ground in front of you, Cooler. Oh, yes.
Just to maintain the flavor, since I'm maintaining concentration. Since he was looking at everything as sort of lower life forms. Now, see what you have beckoned into the world. It's better than you. Take it. Take its power for yourself. You deserve it, don't you? As I will maintain my enemies abound, trying to bend this malice and avarice-consumed creature against its better now.
All right. As the creature that you landed on, Coolor, pulls itself up to its feet.
Oh, he moves. I'm gonna stab him.
He's not used to standing up. He's just standing up. I don't think it's a
Game
movement.
system.
He's spinning. Yeah. As he pulls himself onto his feet,
System.
pulling himself away from you.
Moves.
Yeah, you spend movement, but you're not actually moving.
Imagine if you could crit him and keep him from getting able to stand up, too. That'd be nice.
As you see him open up its mouth, as you see
You better
almost
run.
like blood seeming to pour from its mouth as it opens up, and then immediately a gurgle and a spill of what seems to be this caustic acid spraying down you and also through your body, hitting Swift Hollow. As I need both you, Cooldor, and Swift Hollow to give me dexterity saving throws.
Oh no.
There's not a
think
drop here.
We're in friendship range now. I got into friendship range with you, Quildor.
As it seems like this
Oh,
thing's
okay.
burbling and gurgling words in your direction.
28. Oh man, I hope 28's enough.
As it seems like this immediate spray of acid comes gouting down through and past you, Cooldor, and over past you, Swift Hollow, as you're able to pull out of the way as the ground beneath you becomes lined in a spray of burbling, gurgling acid, fortunately avoiding all of it. And then he tries to run the fuck away.
Oh, then I stab him.
There you go. As that'll catch him. As your burning blade will cut straight into him, doing a good amount of damage.
Oh,
Ah, accursed thing.
As this creature back here, we'll see the creature is walking around, doing their thing. Instead, aims down at, yeah. He's gonna aim down at the little guy closest to him.
Away with you. Away.
As two blasts come flying at you, little Corin. I think with advantage, right?
Precious Colin.
Because he's reckless. Okay, 2 shots. Pew! 25. Bashing into your body, and I need a Constitution saving throw against poison as his energy hits you and then begins to spread this sickening feeling across you. Oh, but you're able to resist it. Holding fast to your Constitution as the second strike comes in and flies over your shoulder, bashing the wall behind. As it will run up here, getting away from some of the danger. Standing next to what, I guess now, probably only Quilda? I guess most of you can see it at this point with the brightly lit room. Towards a door that seems to be emanating a bright red light. And up upon his perch, holding on to his bow, a dude looking around for prey. Has to make a roll. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hey, an actual dice number. Nice. Let's see. Going down left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4. As a bow gets fired at this creature from behind, striking one of his own allies.
Kill each one.
As from the back, this creature down here, oh god, focusing his magic up at Quildor, or at least trying to, gets shot in the back, and you can see immediately the arrow twist in its wound as it takes even more damage. Nice. As immediately it lurches forward, almost hitting the ground as it's been betrayed, turning around and hissing at its superior.
Even your own allies betray you.
As the bow goes flying, let's see. 1. Just looking down at this creature retreating.
Pitiful coward.
Catching in the neck. Choking on its own blood as it holds against its wound. As he'll sort of nestle himself against the back, grabbing 2 more arrows, ready to fire more. As this dude is dead. As now this creature lurches forward, you see it shake off the rest of the acid, some of it falling and spilling on the ground. Its head rears up and it lets out this horrible call. A loud roar. Not even a hiss, a roar. Bellowing through this place. And it almost rushes through all of you. You feel the strange weight building in your gut. Similar to what you feel, Temercon, but strangely enough, Samantha and Isael feel unaffected by it. As it's going to lurch forward and whap out at everybody. Person who assaulted it first, coming out. A claw coming out in your direction, Mr. Temercon. But disadvantage, because you're a dodgy boy.
Yeah.
17, whipping through the air. Another claw swinging above your head. Ooh, at 23. Ooh.
That will fucking connect. No.
As it
All I will
catches
say on the first one though, I am gonna fucking strike it back out at it.
Okay, give me that
Using my
strike.
reaction, I'm gonna see if I can stop this fucking second attack before I have
Let's see.
my eyes closed.
Ooh.
25.
25 will connect. Give me that damage.
Damage. And I'm gonna
good
try
damage.
to stun him. It's a real low fucking chance.
It's a hard. You never know.
Ooh,
Shaking
nope.
off the energy.
As the claw cuts into my side.
As it turns and looks down, as it's clawing at you, some of the heads turn down south, and this long winding tail comes whipping out down. I guess we can move here. Yeah. Whipping down out towards you, Samantha, as a tail comes whipping. Normal attack. 22. As it wraps around your body, you feel the tightness building up around you, and then that burning starting to set in as you are grappled and restrained, as you feel the tightness building and building with each passing moment. And let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which of you have got to go? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's roll D3. Same rules, top, down, left. All right, as Corrin next to him, back pressed against him, defenses left open. The claws swing out at Temercon. Again, these things almost act independent of each other. Tail reaches out and catches on to Samantha. A flurry of bites. All of these heads come swinging down to bite down at you, Corrin. Ka-chomp. Ooh. Fortunately, you are an angry, ragey boy, as these several massive teeth, like several giant poisonous serpents biting in at once. You'll take half of the 28, because you're raging, to be 14 piercing, and then half of the 12 poison to do 6. So total of 20 damage.
I'm fine.
Alrighty. As with that... Yeah, you know what? As he stabs and cuts down into you, immediately his body twists, contorts, and he starts to drag. Pulls away from you, Corin. And Samantha.
Drag. I thought he was dragging me. I'm gonna hit him though.
Oh no, he's grabbed. You're gonna hit him. You gonna hit him.
I'm gonna hit him.
Give me that attack. As that'll connect. Ooh. Doing, was it 20? Ooh, mama. Cutting into him deep. And the rest of his movement still moving. Dragging in.
Hello, Samantha. On my way.
Last movement. Actually, he's got more than that. Yeah, 40, he said. Shit, yeah, you do. Last bit. He's going to start. Oh, you don't make it here. He pulls you right to the edge, Samantha. Pull to the edge of this pool, this tail coiling, dragging you into the acid with it. You can see it lands inside here, and the acid bubbles and burns against its body, but it seems like it just barely does anything to its form. This thing almost seems to constitute it. But you are being slowly but surely pulled in. But not just a moment. As this creature next to you, Corin, seeing you get struck by all these teeth, immediately lurches forward with its own tail.
Left open, foolish thing.
As he reaches back its body, almost like trying to pull away, but as it does, its tail stays in place. As it immediately whips out in your direction. I blew right here. As he's going to try and whip you with his own tail. Still with a little bit of advantage. Whoosha. Ooh. All right. As the tail wraps around your body, squeezing tight, but you're tough to hold against it. But the tail, in this moment, crucial and left open, you feel it slither up around your neck. Corin, as although you're squeezed and restrained, you also find yourself unable to speak or breathe. And so how much can he move you? Not particularly far, and he'll just start to drag you up and away. And that's about as far as he can go with you, keeping you pinned away 10 feet. As this creature, seeing you, Kuldor, striking out one of its allies. You already cast that, you already cast that. Yeah, he's going to be really fucking mean about it. As behind you, Kuldor, you hear these words whispering.
Creature, find yourself still. Clasped in your own armor, awaiting the bites of serpents.
As he's trying to cast a very familiar looking spell at you. So I'm going to ask for a wisdom saving throw, Kuldor.
Trying to charm me?
Seems like this person down here is trying to not charm you, but use some other kind of magic to hold you still. Oh, but you're able to easily break out of this magic trying to contain you with that fucking 20, baby. And seeing that not work.
Control the night.
So there's up and away. And that's his turn. You're still alive. This guy's coming for fucking revenge. You. Standing feet away from you, although you are still dodging. These wild, winding serpents come swinging in your direction. Come on. No, don't break.
Breaky.
Everything's breaking tonight. Mama frickin' Mia, y'all.
We're pushing it to the limit.
I guess so, huh? Master. I'll pull you through. I'm gonna set this real quick. Oh god, real quick refresh. Boo, 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 because I gotta finish this up real quick. We're gonna blast through this. Sorry it's going on so long, y'all. Oh god.
Blasting.
Load, 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 load. Load, 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 load. Load, 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 load. Load, 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 load. Load, 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 load. The music, set the music again. Load, 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 load. Load, 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 load. Load, load, load. Fighting off the magic. Dude with snake arms coming after you, really angry, trying to bite you with the snake arms. Recalculating splines, recalculating splines.
Quick, pull up the technical difficulties. What's his name? What was the bird that pantomimed everything?
TikTok?
Yeah, TikTok. Pull up your technical difficulty TikTok.
Oh yeah. As two big old long mounds of snake arms coming at you.
Ah!
Disadvantage, but still trying to grab you.
Nah.
Oh, balls. Oh, get me.
As
Poison.
that'll connect,
Fuck.
teeth cutting into your body, ripping and tearing away at your vitality, and another set of snake arms. Zoof. Ooh, this time able to nimbly avoid them. Fortunately, you didn't get both landing on you at once. Good stuff. All right, as that's the only one left alive, Corin, held in place, can't breathe. Snake choking you. Just got bit by a bunch of snakes. What do you do?
Even though he cannot breathe and seems to be in a very dire state, Corin is very curious and wants to test a theory as his cape is going to bellow out below him and he's going to jetpack up and around the snake guy. See if the guy comes with me.
As you feel the tail immediately go taut against you, and you feel for a moment your strength being challenged, and you feel it start to pull, and then immediately, she releases you, as she doesn't want to get fucking rocketed around the room.
Coward.
Let's get the network as I will, let's see, run down here to Samantha and can I just try and like push her?
I think you can shove her out of its reach, although this thing does have a long-ass tail. When you try to shove someone out of the reach of a grapple, you have to shove it out of the range of their grappling appendage. So you might have to pull her really far.
Shame I already used my jetpack. So for now I will my action just try to cut at its tail twice.
All right. Recklessly?
Yeah.
All right, as those will both connect, doing a hearty amount of damage. Mama frickin' Mia. Nice. As first cut cuts deep, slicing hard into the tail, seeing a spray of blood dip down to the acid around it. And the next cut comes in, also cutting deep, as this thing is being worn down slice by slice.
Sorry, Samantha, I got you, I think.
Oh shit.
I'm not sure.
We'll do it right now, because I completely forgot about it, because fucking technical difficulties. As you're running up to get to this thing, give me a wisdom saving throw as you're rushing forward, that deep gut feeling in your body begin to grow heavier and heavier, as for some reason, when you look at these things all around you, the sounds of snakes after this thing's bellow begins to grow louder and louder. It's trying to challenge your bravery, but you're a brave little boy.
Okay, but how brave?
We'll see.
Ooh.
Just brave enough! As it seems like all around you the sound of hissing, even being next to your ally, Samantha Deus. Oh, it's almost too much. But then you're able to withstand it and overcome the power as you overcome this thing's... God, how do you fucking say that? Ophidiophobia aura.
Oh,
This
yep.
thing
Yep.
causes you to fear serpents of all kind around you when you start your turn with an... But fortunately, you're able to overcome it, and you find solace in saving your ally.
Let's see, I'm going to just take a step away from the pit of acid. That's my turn.
Alrighty. Yep, that works. As Quillor, person tried to assault you disappeared. One that tried to assault you dodged. That tried to run away, you pinned it in place. Samantha's being dragged toward an acid pit. What do you do?
I'm gonna stab this bitch.
Alright, stab that bitch. Ooh, as you cut and rip into her body, almost dead, pinned to the ground, trying to pick herself back up.
Stab the bitch again.
As how do you kill it?
As she's trying to get away, arrow in the back, she just looks at me and I go, stupid snake, as the head just...
Alright, and as you turn to look away, I need that wisdom saving throw. Can I leave her out again? Come on. As you're looking over at this massive being, all these snakes around you. Easily enough, able to overcome it. Fucking snakes. They don't scare you, Golor.
Snakes. Like how
How tall is the
tall
pool?
here? Like what's the yeah?
It's only about 4 feet high. It's like comes up to waist to you, basically.
Okay, kind of looking around. Yeah, fuck this bitch. I'm gonna climb up here.
All right, climbing up, scaling 10 feet. So you'd spend 20 feet to climb and throw yourself over the edge. as you come up around the corner, catching her by surprise with how fast you climbed that. Stab her right in the stomach. Ah! She reels away. Mama mia.
Yes, I will go. Oh yeah, I could have done that. I should have done that. Oh. No, I did what I did. I'm gonna be Orion. Let's go to number 9. It'll be my turn.
All right. As Persephone. Seems like her allies are rushing ahead. There's something dragging Samantha into a pool of acid. What do you do?
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. As Persephone's going to fly over. Oh, I can see things now. Oh god, that's an enemy, right? That's weird tentacle man.
Seems like he's got a dude with lots of snakes for arms, not just one snake for each arm. He seems like he's on his last legs, though.
Okay, Samantha first. Samantha, do you have a way out?
I've got him right where I want him.
Is the snake guy totally submerged in the pool, or is it still...
It seems like about 4 feet of him is. It's like whole tail has, most of his tail, save for what's wrapped around Samantha, has been dipped down to the acid again.
Okay, well, to have some fairies then, as I'm gonna give her 4 Balm of Summer Court die of the invigorating variety, so you get additional temp hit points. So 4.
All right.
4d8 healing. 8.
Nice. 21 hit points regained and 8 temporary hit points.
And let's see. I am going to... Oh god, it is breaking down. Ah, slow. I'm gonna look over there at the corner. I didn't expect Samantha's answer. Yeah, that should work. I'm gonna cast Erupting Earth over in a corner to fuck up these. Oh god, it's only 20 feet. Whatever, I'm doing it anyways. I'm committed. It's gonna be on the eastern side of the map. Let me just pull out my template.
Okay. Pull out your template, girl.
From the cube.
Nyah.
All right.
Yeah, let's fuck this one up.
Alrighty, interesting. Okay, I don't want to get the template. Let's put you in the back. As the ground explodes up beneath its feet, it's got to try and dodge. That guy's got enough of them. Well, I'd say enough. Sure, whatever. Make you a dirt serve. Boo. Able to make it as the ground explodes beneath her body and rains down both above
DC is
and
13. Below. Wouldn't my spell save DC be the one?
Yeah, it should be like 19 for you or
it should
something
be 19.
like that. As around here, the ground explodes just beneath her. Get advantage on you, Dixie. Oh no, I'm not very Dixie. As the ground explodes, but doesn't do a whole ton of damage, although you do see the tile and even some of the walls of this pool begin to crack suddenly as small amounts of, looks like acid begin to spill and pour from the edge of this thing. The side of this basin has been greatly wounded.
I wonder what happens if I completely empty the pool. So that's going to be it for Purse.
Alrighty. As Aziel comes walking through, fortunately, Persephone is 5 feet above, so he can just walk right underneath her. There we go. Comes and makes it about here. Steps just beneath you, Persephone, sees this creature in front of him. Out of the way, interloper! And shoots 2 blasts going at big ol' snake arm boy. Pew! And pew!
Hey.
As both shots, you see one hit him in the side and one hit him in the head. Both blasts seem to take him off his feet and take him to the ground.
Hey. Thank you.
He steps up and over its corpse and looks at the large snake. You see his hands clap together, starts to conjure magic. They clap together almost like he's casting a spell, but there's a hesitation. There's taking too long. Instead, he seems to be muttering a prayer to himself. As that's his turn there. Swift Hollow.
With Hollow. Yeah, Swift Hollow. Wrong cursor. Get out of the way. Turn order. Small screen. Moves up. I'll make sure it's within range. Nope. There's that one more. As if she were to throw her daggers, would Corn and Samantha be imposing
Cover?
that old cover? Or is it too big?
I think technically, yeah, if it's any spot within your range, it's covered by something, it'd be cover. But it's only half cover in this case because it's so fucking big.
Yeet.
There you go.
Oh,
Now you're fine.
I have a bunch of movement.
Oh, yeah.
And with a bonus action, with Hollow will send 2 daggers. Trying to
Also, give me a
pierce
saving throw.
into-
Wisdom saving throw. I forgot. As yeah,
right.
you're within this thing's reach. You see and hear all the sounds of these serpents around you. Too brave though. Oh, you're so brave.
Yeah.
Continue.
With Hollow faces stuff on the reg. Mind is a fortress. Literally. Thank you, Rogue Int saving throw proficiency. Very cool. 13.
As 13 blades go flying out, this thing's winding body covered in acid twists and turns and deflect the blades away.
And she recalls them back as Hollow considers for a moment what the hell this thing is, and I guess as an item interaction to pull it out, and as a full action to use it, she'll pick a petal off the Fate Bloom Lotus as her full action. Does death follow me, or peace? Eat.
And
eat. Peace. Oh,
as a piece of you
eat.
get a flash of vision in your eyes, Sotalo, a moment of woe. Something will surely fail, or perhaps with enough skill, overcome whatever challenge ahead of it is.
So Hollow sees this vision of ruin. She'll take a step back. Move a little bit backwards. I think I have a lot of movement though. Yeah, I got a bunch. Yeah. Keeping her in her sights, but also at arm's reach, as that'll be Swithal's turn. Seeing this momentary glimpse, this vision of some sort of ruin.
Nice. As Temarkon, again, now hearing the sounds of serpents swirling and writhing all around you. Your heart starts to beat faster. You already feel scared by this one creature, but now the fear is surrounding you. I need a wisdom saving throw against being scared.
I got my int save last time. Hey! I'm not a scaredy boy anymore.
Nice!
Good boy.
I do need wisdom save.
You get wisdom, alright. See, this guy scares.
Got any boosts on you?
I'm not good. I feel this thing is too overpowering me. I can't stop that.
As just breaking out of the one fear, you now become aware of the sounds of the serpents all around you, and you can see in this moment the Yuan-Ti who rise and fall around you. Their skin seems darker, more angled, more vicious. Even their gaze seems to be cutting into you. Even the gaze of your allies, as you see Azael disperse this one creature and turn to face you, he seems horrifying in this moment. Even Samantha, wrapped up in this thing's tail, you almost don't want to get near her, because if you do, fuck. As what do you do?
Okay. As Damar sort of tentatively steps back away from these things, seeming to come from all angles. I guess I'm afraid of all of them?
All of them. All Yuan-Ti and snakes, including your allies, unfortunately.
So I guess I'm walking this way. I'm just slowly scooting myself back towards the back of the room, like sort of hand shaking. Something easy, a bit scary. Just get rid of it, I suppose. As Tamar just drops the bar on the ground and pulls a strange little rod out from his pants as it extends in length, as he whips it out into the open and withdraws a small other shaft, aims it in the right direction. This one, a light burning. Some say, you should have it checked out. Some, it's fine. As he lets loose! An explosion of power!
Why are you this way?
As I'm firing an arrow over it, hitting this bitch with a little obsidian arrow, firing off my face and my card.
All right, a little disadvantage, I'm assuming, because you're scared.
Yeah, disadvantage. 28.
All right. 28 will definitely hit despite being scared. Your burning arrow actually catches hold. Ooh.
No sneak attack. It's just 14.
13, 14, as that'll hit. Stabbing into this thing's body, immediately reels backwards. Ah! As it starts to burn and sizzle in its wound.
As a little bit of key infusing that strike, doing a little death strike. Boop. Just a little 6 more damage.
6. Nice. As it does seem to burn a little hotter in this wound, fire flaring against it.
Okay, one's good. As he pulls back, and this time 2 arrows strung upon the bow and fires them both. One at the same target, one at Big Boy, shooting up into them heads.
All right.
Chica first. 18 to hit.
Same girl you're shooting at before?
Yeah.
As that'll connect.
Slicing into 13.
Nice. As it seems like with that second shot, she's just barely holding herself together.
Other shot at Big Boy. He's going to infuse some ki into that strike. Yeah, he's just going to use 2 ki to make sure it lands, making it 20 to hit.
As that'll connect.
Doing 16 damage to Big Boy, although 6 of that is fire damage, so he might be a little...
As you do see, it gets stabbed into its body. The arrow flies deep, but the burning heat only seems to keep so much harm in his flesh.
As thankfully, a little bit of the ki in his strike still carrying over, empowering his arm, he fires one more shot at Lady Girl over here, trying to put her down.
All right.
24 to hit.
That'll definitely connect.
This time, seeing her weakened state. Should I? No, he's just firing a fire arrow. That's fine. Eating through the fire, 16 damage, trying to put her down.
How do you want to get? She gets shot and falls over dead to the ground. Those arrows still sizzling and burning in her corpse.
All right. As Tamar's just breathing heavy. Each time he fires, he is staring down the vision of death in front of him and firing an arrow straight into it. As he's just sort of shaking in the back. One down. Is that if you could just go over there? Just no reason. You just go away from me. That'd be great. He just sort of closes his eyes and looks away. Do I get a save at the end of my turn?
You certainly do.
Hey.
Give me that save. Give me that save.
Hey, I'm not frightened anymore.
As seeing these creatures get struck down by your bow, seems like you're not frightened of any of these creatures anymore, not even your allies.
Never mind that fun. As that's the more.
All right, as Samantha, this thing's wrapped you up in its tail. You immediately feel that tightening, I guess that constriction tightening around you and the acid digging in deeper. As at the start of your turn, you will immediately take, not an attack roll, but just for the damage roll, or is it 16 bludgeoning damage and 7 acid damage as it grows tighter and more acritic around you. So it'd be 8 from your temp, and then be 15 in total. Restrained in its grasp, what do you do?
You think yourself a god. You have no idea what that means. As Samantha is just going to tighten her grip on her staff and call upon some of her favorite magic, that which almost seems to take her back to the peak of her power. Because she has no fucking wisdom, and it makes her feel good. As,
Yeah.
she's got him right where she wants him. She's gonna constrict him back.
All right.
Hug it out.
Ooh, that'd be disadvantage.
You
But you're restrained.
Anti-hugged.
I'm
Do it
really
again.
good at being hugged.
Do it again.
Just roll another 20.
Not 20 again.
Just do it.
Yeah, just roll a second 20.
21 will connect, though. As you wrap around its body, ripping and tearing and squeezing into its form. Let's see, Mama
It's used
frickin'
at
Mia.
39 though, right? It's used at 39 damage, right?
Yeah, I'm taking my 39.
Sure, 39 will do. That's an extra 12. Let's do an extra... Ooh, Mama. As this thing gets crushed and squeezed and restrained back by you. Two tails winding around each other, holding each other in place.
As I'm trying to pull myself up its length, not physically moving away from it, but trying to just slide further up its height as much as I can, trying to get away from the acid pull and look at multiple snakes in my multiple snakes' eyes, just facing off with this thing.
You're not able to move much because you are restrained by it.
Yeah,
you
I'm just
cannot really
saying that
climb or move.
I'm just saying I'm
You're like trying to get
to-
up, but
yeah.
come here. That's all you do.
As I'll use my bonus action to force a strength save out of it as I call on that spiritual tail coming out of me to tighten itself even more, trying to crush
All
it
right.
further.
Okay.
Strength save.
As he's gonna try magic. Let's see. Ooh, wow. Well, alrighty. As he fails that and takes an additional 38 damage. And you start to crush and squeeze this thing. You see acid pouring out of its body, even blood pouring out of its mouth as its forms get thinner and thinner. Look at that. On that 5.
In that same guttural, chaotic tongue, you don't know the responsibility that comes with this. As I'm just trying to just crush the life out of this thing, as I'll whip my attention up. You're next. As that magic fades away from our friend up top, as he realizes his summoned god is on the verge of death. Feel free to kill that one, would you? I'm trying to gesture towards our big friend up top. As action,
Big
bonus
friend?
action, reaction held for fun stuff. That's it for me.
All right. As this creature, last one left alive of its kind, seeing its allies being killed. How's this happening? Rip and tear. The god is falling. No, as he turns to face the door and you see his hands bang against the force of it. Mistress! The intruders! The intruders! As he pushes and pulls, but the door does not budge. So he turns around and faces back against it, magic crackling in his hand. As he's going to be firing at the first person you can see. Samantha's all taken up. She got cover. Shooting down at Izael. Away with you! 2 Eldritch Blasts coming at Izael. Ooh. Oh, that one. Oh, just how much dex do you have? Yep, just connecting with them. I know. He's got a lot of dex on him, but it still catches to his body. Ugh. Second strike comes flying out. Oh, this one finding him more purchase. As he's immune to the poison's effects, but still... Oh, there we go. They're retreating. Strike fear into them. Show them your power. As that's all this guy can do. Big guy up top blinks his eyes. Sees the fallen creatures around it. The arrows it has fired into them. And looks down over this large creature's body, down at you, Samantha. You. As he will fire 2 shots at you with advantage, but with 3/4 cover. You got a big ass dude wrapped around you and also in front of you, but you are also restrained. So he's gonna try and fire at you. First shot, flying through. 26 connects.
Yeah, that'll hit.
It's 14 piercing damage sinking into your body. Next shot coming after you. 20?
20 won't.
Catches against the side of the god, not able to connect. As you will see him. Oh, yeah. Would he? Yeah. Ooh.
And
Good,
that
D4.
first arrow. Oh, you're right. D4.
Friendship!
Pog.
Is constrict concentrated?
Yeah,
It is
constriction
concentration.
Yeah, it's concentration.
10 will do it,
right?
Yeah, 10 will do it because I only took 14. I don't take the 8.
Power friendship, y'all.
Okay.
This creature.
Yeah, because Crown of Mana's gone. Okay.
Yep. Shot at you. Almost
Very
hit you.
confusing.
Oh, golly. Okay. As he will turn, you'll see him press himself against this thing. His body's starting to wind. You can see his arms falling slack at his side and shoulders starting to press into its body, but that's all he can do on this good old turn.
That's right.
As holding you
Run.
in its grasp. This creature's tail wrapped around you, Samantha, begins to squeeze tighter and tighter. As he's going to try and constrict you again. He's restrained. But so are you. As he's going to try and constrict you. Boom! Ooh.
That
Ooh.
will connect.
As the tightness builds and builds around, you take a total of 24 damage. As a pair of claws will dig down into your shoulders, or certainly try to, breaking down one side. Raking down the other. And with all the heads reeled back, this thing's gonna try and bite the shit out of you.
You got some temp HP. Forgot about.
Ka-chomp.
Woo!
How's all that stone taste as I castle?
Hey.
As you bite down all the body because it's hard stone, teeth barren, but unable to take you down. As this thing is basically tearing and biting through statue, but unable to hurt you. As it reels itself up against the ledge of this thing, and still technically, well, actually no, he can't use restraint. Yep, all he can really do, and he can't do that either, as he'll just start to hold you, body curling down. You can see below you as his body starts to get weaker, weaker below. The acid is starting to get closer and closer to your form, although right now you are incapacitated.
That's
its
12,
turn.
9, 27.
If you're incapacitated, you release the.
Yeah,
That's
you,
true.
You lose concentration, yeah. So he's
All
not
right.
moving anymore.
Yeah, he
So he's not
he
restrained?
grappled me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but he can move if he wanted to.
Yeah. So as you're wrapped up, unable to move, the tail just drops you down. As you are now sitting in acid. Your body is made of stone. You are hardy. But you will take 21. Since you can't spell, you automatically fail dex saves. You automatically take... Actually, no, because you're dunking. You're automatically saving anyway. Take 21 acid damage as you are melting in this thing.
Yeah.
So I eat all those attacks. So 12, 9. I assume I keep my poison immunity.
Hey, you're certainly... Well, you're still... Yeah, you're still you.
Yeah, I'm still me.
That'd
Okay.
be weird. I'm vulnerable to poison when you turn into stone.
Yeah.
As you get lowered down to the burning acid, this thing rears up, trying to
that
find
halves my
handholds
temp
now. with
HP.
claws. As it sits up looking down, trying to find a new place to bite as the stone starts to crack and tear away. Let's see, this creature, last one left of its kind, facing off against you, Kulor. Oh no, he ain't got much he can do now. What's he gonna do? All it tries to do is rear up and swing its tail at you, trying to catch you with its big winding constrictor. Woo! 23. Oh, I don't think 23 will do
Just
it.
comes up as the shield just bashes his tail away. Going to have to do better than that, little snake.
As it will slither up here, try to get away from you.
Oh, I gotta stab him.
Oh, as that'll connect, keeping it pinned in place here. Ooh. 30. As you cut and stab and keep its tail pinned to the ground, unable to move away from you. That's its turn. Y'all are dead. Y'all are dead. Corin, battered, seeing this creature barely alive, holding a stoned Samantha statue now that's slowly bubbling and burning inside of this pool of acid. What do you do?
So Corin is going to turn to Persephone. Persephone, can you get her out of there? As I'm going to start taking off. Seeing that guy, it looks like he's trying to escape. Can't we really get there?
Mm-hmm.
Guess I'll burn or charge, just kind of just hop forward just a little bit. Let's try to stab into this guy
All right.
recklessly.
Stabbing recklessly. Ooh,
Nice.
As those attacks will both definitely connect. Let's see, 33 plus that 50, fucking 51, bro. As you cut and tear into this thing, 2 hefty strikes tearing away at its scales, chunking its health away. As it seems like this thing is immediately almost knocked out of its breath at the heaviness of those attacks.
Don't leave. The fun's just about to start. That's exciting.
All right, Quildor pinning this thing to the ground. See Corin jumping up to fight that one, and Samantha melting in the acid.
I'm gonna stab this chick.
As that'll connect. Ooh, yep, doing a good amount of damage. Seems like she's on her last tail.
Oops, my bad.
Stab her again.
And how do you want to kill her? Perfect.
As the tail is just pinned to the ground, she's desperately just trying to move away like a snake that would be pinned as their head's just shifting, just cut off the back as it just rolls down this nice little ramp.
Head rolling down the ramp.
As I look back at Purse, can you save her?
I can try.
Do not try. Let's go 5, 10, 15. As Quildor is going to jump and in midair, little poof. As I'm going to appear right next to him. Hi, Corin. As I swing.
Give me that swing. Ooh, as you swing, it catches against the edge of this. Oh, roll with that dice, maybe?
21 good. Yeah, I'll even do
That'll
another
do.
one. Is,
As you
25
cut,
good?
guided by magic, you cut into this thing's back, doing a good amount of damage
No
as this thing gets
friendship.
cut and ripped.
There's
What,
no
is it
bond with Corin. He's not a friend.
Yep, blessed though. Yep, blessed though. Blessed
he
is
does
enough.
He's
Bless
good
is enough.
to me.
Oh,
Or
you're
are you
30.
doing
Okay.
incapacitated?
Hey,
Okay.
I don't
Technically,
think
Still
yeah.
feel the friendship reverberating off of my stone form.
All the friends.
Yeah.
Good.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
That's just her slowly melting in the acid.
That's all my stuff. That's all my stuff. That's my action. That's my bonus action. I stabbed that son bitch. I killed that son bitch. Yep.
Alrighty. As Persephone flying into the room, seeing Samantha being dragged into acid, the thing holding her barely alive.
As Purse is going to fly over here and preemptively I'm going to shove 5 fairies at Samantha. Take some bombs. Take some
Okay.
fairies. That's 5d8. Bink! Get healed.
Nice. 20 hit points.
And hopefully that will help her out. Just in case, as she is going to Botanica reach for her buddy, Samantha. And I don't make it!
No!
As trying to catch this thing, the tail pulls her right out of the way as you splash into the acid.
She's unconscious and restrained. You should have advantage to hit her.
That's true. Well, she's not. Yeah, she's restrained. She's not unconscious though. She's just incapacitated.
Oh, incapacitated.
But she's restrained. But she is restrained. Give me that another attack roll. She's held right in place for you. There you go.
Hey.
And I yoink her. What's the new one? It's 20 feet, I believe. Huge her up to 30 feet. Yeah, I grab her and I yoink her to me.
Zoof, pulled out, dripping with acid, but landing as a solid statue.
All right, I got her. And that's it for me.
All right.
Hey, God.
What's up, baby?
Can you give Brendan access to my character sheet?
Oh, sure, gotcha, baby.
Gotta go.
Sorry, baby. Sorry for keeping it so long. I got you.
Have a good night. No, for myself.
I'll hop on my phone. I'll listen. I just can't.
Okay. Gotcha. I got you, Brendan. You got character sheet control?
Yep, I got it.
Gotcha. All right, moving on. As you at this point, seeing you dragged out of the acid, Samantha, Israel's hands come together, finishing this prayer. As he holds up his hands, you can see magic coursing down the length of his robes and through his armor. The false god rises, the false god falls. Such as those who stand in the path of the new Empress. You will not find success here. Your path is misguided. Gaze upon her visage, and know truth as you see this magic pouring out from his hands, expending out into the air, and then stopping just in front of this creature, almost replacing where Samantha was as the tail uncoils, and the magic begins to rise and course through the air, taking shape as it looks like standing tall and wide is like the upper torso of a womanly figure, hair long and winding, standing at odds against this creature. There's no real definition to a face or shape, but the appearance is quite familiar. And before its hands, you could see long, curled, gentle fingers, like that of a gentle mother's hold. But as it approaches this creature, as this thing rears up in front of it, you see they curl and form into the shape, holding between her hands a long and winding staff, as Izael casts a little guardian of faith and creates himself a deity.
Fucking love that spell.
Large spirit, gonna put a big old circle on there. Gold, 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 gold. Where are you, Orange? There you, Orange. I found you.
Did he become a cleric?
Seems like he got something in him. Bah. Oh, that's a little too big. That's radius. Nope. Back you. Back you. Back. We'll do radius. There we go. It's a large spectral woman appears right in front of this creature, protecting his goddess. As
So shoots it in the fucking face.
uh-huh. So
Oh god, it's awful. Fuck, thing has
what
like,
do you do?
almost enough health. Done. Why can't I roll high? It's okay, I have 24 hours. It sounds like we got more things to kill deeper into the dungeon, right?
Persephone, put Samantha back. We need sneak attack real quick.
Yeah. As yeah,
Wasn't
Swift
it already on
Hollow.
faith count?
Nope, it's not a creature.
Shit, it's not an ally.
Okay.
As yeah, Swift Hollow. Oh god, everything's going at Swift Hollow. As yeah, Swift Hollow drops the flower, and I guess it looks kind of weird, but I guess to a fellow smuggler like Tamar Khan, as yeah, Swift Hollow seems to move her arm in a strange way, as a staff seems to come shooting out of her arm as she engages it, and it turns into a bow. Item interaction, Swift Hollow pulls out her folding bow, uses her bonus action to take aim, and shoots the giant snake.
All right,
Yeah.
give me that shot with your aim, boy.
Hacha!
Noise.
That's how do you kill this thing?
Noise! As yeah, with Swift Hollow's smooth moves, able to easily bring up this sort of bow staff, and then with a flick of her wrist, it turns into a real bow as she takes a moment, sort of enjoying, I suppose, the stillness of the shot to line up, knowing that whatever fate she is to bestow, it brings death. As she knows that surely this fate is going to bring death as well, as aiming her bow, shooting it. Well, this thing has a lot of heads, but it only has one heart, probably, as she shoots it through the chest.
As his body lurches and falls and splashes into the acid, you see this large spectral form. Then when the thing moves, swings, and stabs down the staff to pin it into the acid as it sprays up in the air, helping keeping it in the ground, and then the acid falls as this thing is buried and killed, held in place and slain.
And Swithhollow looks back to Tomaikon and waves the bow. Thank you.
You got it! Nice shot. As Tamar starts to string an arrow of his own.
Swithhollow makes a small bow. Yeah, that's Swithhollow's then, of course.
All right, Tamarkon. Seems like most of the enemies are gone. One of them's banging against the door trying to get in. One of them looks like he's pushing himself against something behind him.
Yeah. As he just strings up just a normal arrow. One for you. As just fires it off far to the north side of the room, trying to strike at Big Boy.
All right, got a little cover because you got some allies in the way, but
25
that'll do it. 25 will definitely do it.
Sneak attack. Ooh, nice 20 damage on that guy.
Catching him in the back as he now tries to turn to face Coolor and catching him in the chest at that point. Ah!
As Tamar just sort of tosses his bow to the side and just starts running past as he scoops up his staff on the way. Just a little forward flip, lands on the far side of this little brazier, launching himself out into the midst of of the strange torn up terrain right before hitting the ground, running into this brazier, once again kicking off into the air and landing right there, having just 45 feet of movement, just enough to get there as the bar comes slamming in to the side of this snake boy, trying to reach his way through the door. Bop!
All right. Oop, that'll connect.
Front.
Nice. Crack into his body.
And yeah, last little bit of key, a little flurry of blows, just fist to the stomach, kick to the side of the head, just trying to put an end to this thing.
All right, give me those strikes. As both those will connect.
Bop. Bop. Not super hard. Not quite enough.
As you do beat into it quite heartily, it still seems to be standing on its last feet, but beating against the door, this thing's barely holding itself together.
I don't think your mistress can save you now. That's tomorrow.
All right. As Samantha, finding yourself shattering out of your rock.
Good to see that thing's dead. As Samantha just sort of grimaces at some of her wounds and shakes the rest of the stone off of herself and just spends her turn assessing the battlefield. As that's it for her.
All right, this creature does its best to fight back against you, Tamar Khan. He tries to take a step away from you, getting out of your reach.
The bar comes swinging in.
Was that elongated bar or a normal bar?
I think I would have shrunk it up because I got right up next to this guy. So I
Yeah,
would have shrunk
okay,
it
that's
up on
fine.
the attack. Yep.
So that definitely hit. As, oop, that 15, see it swiffing as he tries to pull away.
Oh,
Unless
no.
someone's pumping some key.
I'm too far away from friendship. I have no key left.
Oh no.
Or
Alright, me aiming plants me in place.
All right, as he's gonna shoot 2 blasts at you.
damn.
25.
Oh, certainly.
As it rickets through your body, give me a Constitution saving throw gets a sickening feeling through your body. Seems like he's trying to poison you. Nope, but able to make it. Another strike coming out. 14, flying right over your shoulder.
Not gonna hit. And hold on to my bliss.
As he will back himself into a corner and keep his hands loaded out, ready to shoot more magic. That's all he can do. As big boy here, you see his body still turning as he's getting struck and beaten.
No, not now. Not today. The mistress must know.
As his shoulders finally sink into his form, as his body seems to turn into, it seems to be I guess in this case, a giant constrictor snake. As he tries to coil and pull away, you see him land in this circle, and as he coils up, you hear this weird gurgled word escape from its mouth. Quildor. As he tries to pull away, light begins to build, using movement to try and escape through this thing. But as you pin him down, swords sinking through his body and actually cutting down into the circle beneath him. You're a crack as the circle breaks, and he is held in place.
You will not escape. You will die here, serpent.
And he just rides beneath you as a giant snake. You're dead. You're dead. Corin.
Corin's not dead.
Giant snake pinned to the ground, trying to escape through a teleporter, but it didn't seem to work.
Sorry about this, as he's gonna bring down the shovel. Bap! Attacking recklessly, trying to put this thing down. Bap!
As how does he put this thing down recklessly?
Hopefully the 17 hits. He just brings up the shovel.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Doesn't take it out?
Almost. That last 17 doesn't quite hit.
Ooh, as he just bashes it across the face and brings it back up and like almost closes his eyes to make the last strike to put it out of its misery, but just scrapes across the scales.
But you know what you can do, Corin? This thing's on its last leg. You can sorry Quildor.
No, sorry, Quildor. Wait,
Protection fire damage.
Oh man.
Do it.
Storm aura, storm
All
aura,
right,
storm aura.
if I'm getting consent from Quildor, sorry Quildor. As just a wall of heat explodes out of Corin, trying to burn this thing away.
As indeed, patting it down with that last attack. Second one misses, but as you keep it pinned to the ground, flames shoot along you. A wave of heat runs through its scales. Its body seems to burn and singe, and finally it goes still as you kill this thing.
as Core is just gonna go, oh, okay, as he's gonna jump down here and hop down off the stone, sort of slide down and make his way to sort of pin this girl.
Alrighty. As Krildar, creature dead before you, singed and flattened by shovel and sword. Running down the stones, getting to this guy, cornered in the corner.
Da, 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 da. I really want to make sure I kill this bitch. I'll hang on to it. I'll just cut her.
As you cut into him, how do you want to kill him? That last
As
final
I'm
strike.
sure she just looks. Well, you'll be the fourth one. That's just another head to the ground.
20 heads.
As it falls and bounces to the ground, the air grows silent as magic still crackles in the air. But it seems as if finally in this room where there was once war and strife against these creatures, things finally fall still. You see acid still bubbling and pooling from the cracked edge of the pool. This large spectral guardian now standing triumphant over this now submerged and pinned serpent. The rest of you stand among dead and cut down Yonti, covered in wounds.
Yeah, that's with Hollow.
And that.
Yep. All that stands
Yeah,
before
so
you now in
Hollow-
this dim room. You see the room dim, lit with light. A door before you. Now finally eyes getting a chance to gaze upon it. Looks like a pair of stone doors that have been ripped and torn. It looks like either claws or sharpened edges, maybe even swords. And they glow ever so brightly. The words in abyssal that read out something horrible, something murderous. Almost like a taunt. Man Carver. As that is where we'll end tonight's session, with the Valiant Vanguard licking their wounds in the heart of this place. Possibly might needing a short rest, but taking on the consequences that come with that. As it seems like they were triumphant over what seemed to be the rising of a new god and some powerful serpents that lie in here. But that's a long combat session, a long everything else session, a long what do we do with this hallway session, so we're going to call it there.
Yeah. Good shit.
Apollo comes behind Persephone and puts a hand on her shoulder. How are you feeling? Still woozy.
Persephone grabs the hand of her emotional support assassin.
My tum
How does
tum
it feel?
hurts.
How does the poison feel flowing through you?
How
Is
does it
painful?
feel? Tell me about it.
Tell me
Please
everything.
explain it in great detail. I have no idea.
I'm
Yeah, I
taking
almost felt
notes.
it, but then I didn't. Why, Persephone?
Can I taste your blood?
So
for
Apollo
me?
holds you
No
close,
reason.
so you don't fall over.
Alright, into the acid with you.
And I throw her into the acid. Yeet!
Yeet.
Oh, perfect opportunity.
Good
You
luck.
got those fingerprints, those pesky fingerprints. Let's do a little acid dip.
Oh yeah,
There you go,
let me
guys.
teach you guys
No
about
fingerprints.
something about being a criminal. The secret ingredient is crime.
The secret ingredient.
Let me teach you about being a war criminal.
Be gay, do crimes.
Be crimes, do gay.
With that, we want to
Okay.
thank you all so much for hanging out with us tonight, and a big thanks to Johnny Thunder for the bits, Wormhold for following, Proud Papa Wood for following, Guild Superior and Diesel Shot. Thank you both so much for the wonderful hosts or raids earlier this stream. You guys are awesome. Be sure to check them out and their channels. Go ahead and send out a tweet after this, as we're gonna go ahead and raid someone ourselves who's still out there playing some D&D into the wee hours. Who do we got? Ah, yes, we're gonna go raid Critical Role. Obviously, that's
Yes,
the move.
yes.
They need some help.
Yeah, that,
Yeah,
just-
support
just
streamers.
struggling artists. You know, you gotta support small
Yeah,
streamers.
yeah,
you know.
yeah. Struggling actors. Yeah.
Exactly.
They'll get big one day.
One day. Okay, you know, they keep at it. You know. But that's all we've got for you tonight. We will be back with some more D&D this Sunday with some more Heroes of Thylea with our wonderful little classic party. Be sure to tune in for some more mythical Greek adventures at 5 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, see you next time. Until next time, may your dice roll 20s and you always make your saves.
Lady y'all.
Kudos.
Bye.
You might be hearing of the Delta variant. It's still sort of nasty. If you haven't got your shots yet, get them.
Keep wearing masks, even if you got your shots.
It's
Don't
literally
feel-
free.
Mirth, you're back with
That's
9.
+4.